Now 4 o'clock, I will call the meeting of the Waxahachie Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Please let the record show that all 7 trustees are present, and this meeting has been duly called, and notice this meeting has been duly posted for time and manner required by law. First item on our agenda would be our workshop for our freshman center. That's you, Mr. Calden?
Yeah, it's several of us. It's
okay.
Mr. Calden, Dr. Everett, and me. So, thank y'all very much. As we told you we would, we wanted to bring y'all some additional information today related to costs and benefits associated with the opening of a freshman center. So, our original discussions about a temporary freshman center really date back to our fall of 2022 Long Range Facilities Planning Committee, our LRPC. And so that's where they go back to. We began to have that conversation at that time. And you'll recall that it was actually a year ago at our February 2023 board meeting that we adopted our 17,000 plus student plan. That's the same time that we called for a bond election last spring. And so that was part of that. The freshman center idea was a component of that 17,000 plus student plan. And it was a part of those Prop A conversations that we had about the 2023 bond once it was up for election and then ultimately approved by the voters. And so, you know, y'all know that we had lots of conversations, over 70 presentations, and that was a component of it. So just to kind of revisit what was adopted last year, you'll recall that this was kind of the accompanying graphic that went along with it. But as we would talk through that piece, the idea was to build a new Wildman STEAM Academy, move our current Global High School back to the Wildman building, expand that Hancock building to house Coleman Junior High. Once we did that, then our plan has been for us to then use the old high school, the current Coleman, the old high school, as a freshman center temporarily. Now, our original discussion, our original hope was that we would have everything ready to be able to make a move like that in the fall of '24. As we really got into the construction process, and because that was a brand new design, a new build for Wildman STEAM Academy, it really became apparent that we would not be ready to be able to make such a move in the fall of '24. But as y'all know now, and we've updated you, we will move, our plan is to move into the new Wildman STEAM in January, and that will allow us to vacate the current Wildman building, get it ready for global, to make all of those shifts over that interim period. And then in the fall of '25, we absolutely could then make that shift to including a freshman center at WHS, the old WHS, okay? So I'm going to turn it over now to talk about growth estimates to Mr. Calden.
Thanks, sir. Board, good evening, first off. But as we've kind of been going through this, you know that we've increased our demographic estimates to quarterly. So as we've been going through this entire process, we've been looking at those updates from our demographer to make sure that the reason for looking at a freshman center, which would be providing that relief to high school in terms of their overall enrollment, is still a justified need. It's still something that we can foresee on the horizon as being a concern. So one thing that we've been looking at is total freshman class. And what we keep seeing year after year is that freshman class generally is the largest class in terms of total enrollment of any class in the district. Every now and again, when we look at the reports, you'll see the demographer has it coded, color-coded, and so we get a yellow for the biggest and then a different color for the next largest class, and that second largest class will move quite a bit, but almost without fail, you see that the freshman class is the largest class year after year. Some of that is just the phenomena of students not having enough credits to be classified as sophomores. But a lot of this comes from those students, in addition to classes generally are getting bigger year after year in a growing district. So this year's kindergarten class generally will be eclipsed by next year's kindergarten class in terms of total size. It's what you would expect in a growing district, but once they hit 9th grade, you mix that with students who don't technically have enough credits to be a sophomore, and it makes that freshman class a significant size annually. What we're anticipating in terms of total high school enrollment is to be right around 3,200 students for 24-25. And so we're looking at next year being right at 3,200, if not a little bit more. Of that, we're looking at that freshman class to make up almost, if not right at 1,000 of those students. So we know right offhand by having a freshman center, removing almost 1,000 students from that high school population reduces that total high school enrollment from 3,200 to roughly 2,200 or 2,300 students. It creates significant efficiencies at the high school in terms of getting students around. It would also, in our opinion, create some efficiencies transportation-wise. That would be generally 1,000 students who cannot drive that would be going to a different campus. So just two of the benefits that we're looking at with this freshman center to give the high school a little bit more enrollment relief on that campus. We know that a freshman center it's not free. It's not just something that we can snap our fingers and know that we've already covered all the costs. We do know that there would be some staffing associated. Right now, we anticipate about 75 full-time equivalent staffing units to open a freshman center with about 1,000 student enrollment. Of that, we have about 9 administrative and professional positions, 11 clerical and support positions, and 55 teaching professionals to serve the 1,000 students that we anticipate at a freshman center. We know a freshman center is not going to open for 24-25, so we're looking at these costs as we get to 25-26, because we know that we're not going to have the former high school building open until all the moves happen, which won't happen until later in the 24-25 school year. Right now, about 56.5 of these 75 FTE positions are already in the district. There are already teachers that we have at WHS. There are already positions that we have that we believe could serve multiple campuses. So when we talk about needing to add additional positions, we're really talking about those non-replicatable positions. We're talking a new principal. We're talking office staff to support the principal and support the campus. We are talking some additional teaching positions, but those additional teaching positions, quite frankly, a lot of those would be asked for either way with the increase or expected increase in student enrollment at a singular high school campus or traveling between a high school and a freshman center. New positions are approximately 18.5 FTEs. Most of those, again, are teaching positions based on increasing student enrollment, and then 8 of those are a function of adding a new campus. That's a principal, a librarian, a nurse, security officers, SROs, those type of positions that generally come with having a physical campus open as compared to, or one additional campus open compared to what we currently have. Our estimated total cost of these 75 FTEs is $5.7 million. Again, 56.5 of those FTEs are currently in the district, either full or would transition between 2 campuses. We estimate that cost to be $4.5 million, so total new staff FTE cost, 18.5 FTEs, is about $1.2 million, $1,170,000.
Good afternoon. We do know that there will be some need for some upgrade of facilities at the current Coleman building to make some of the spaces, particularly for CTE, school ready. For example, when looking at the CTE areas for welding and auto, when we look at those spaces, they do need some upgrade, particularly like lighting, some plumbing upgrades, paint, general cleanup. When we go into those spaces and we check out the current state of the lifts, for example, the auto lifts, they're all in working condition. When we look in the welding area with the 12 welding booths, when we the vent system is operable, it works. turn the switch on, the vents come on, just like they did several years ago when it was being in use. We also know that to teach correctly some of the more advanced engineering, arts, AV, and computer science courses, those courses require an upgrade in computer systems for those labs. Those computers are more expensive than your standard either desktop or laptop computer. They run more around $2,000 a piece, and so we would need 2, maybe 3 labs that would be run around $50,000 to $60,000 each to outfit to run that equipment. So all in all, we have an approximate $540,000 worth of possible need for upgrades and reno for those spaces to get them up and operable. Obviously, this is not to replicate every program that's going on at WHS right now. Most of the courses that students take at the freshman level of CTE can be taught and are taught in a regular classroom space. There may be some need for some general classroom supplies. Also, one area that we would repurpose and use that we currently have, it's already sitting there, is the original culinary lab, the family consumer science lab that's there at Coleman right now. We would use that space as the intro culinary lab. We would need, most likely, some supplies, kitchen supplies, pots, pans, mixers, utensils, those kind of things. But the overall expense of that would not be significant. Oh, one more thing I want to mention. In the welding space, obviously we would need welders for those booths. These welders, we believe, around between $40,000 to $45,000 worth of that equipment. When we open Waxahachie Creek, that equipment will be only 2 years old. We could take that equipment and to Waxahachie Creek. That would be around 12 stationary units, according to our welding teacher at WHS. That's who we asked for his input. 2, I think, called a multimatic. They're movable welders, and then 12 that would be stationary in the booth, and then those welders could then be taken to Waxahachie Creek.
We know that the choice between a freshman center and not a freshman center doesn't mean that if we pick a freshman center that it's just cost-free throughout the district. We know that we still anticipate to grow at the high school level. So even without a freshman center, we do anticipate some cost at Waxahachie High School going forward, specifically in the 25-26 to help accommodate some growth. So we would anticipate right off the bat of looking at 4 portable buildings. Over the time that a freshman center would be operating, we anticipate that we would be adding 4 portables at Waxahachie High School. We do anticipate that between the purchase of the portable, the setting of the portable, the adding of the infrastructure necessary to the campus, along with the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, that we're looking at about $150,000 per portable building for a total of about $600,000 for those 4. We do also anticipate additional security officers. With those portables, we know come additional opportunities. So we would be looking at additional SRO officers and school security officers and an additional school resource officer. We anticipate the cost of 1 year with no freshman center, additional cost at WHS to be about $785,000, and then 2 years additional cost with no freshman center about $970,000. The difference is that the $600,000 in portable buildings is not a replicable cost every year. That'd be your one-time upfront capital outlay. Additional FTE cost planned for the 24-25 school year to accommodate growth. Again, additional positions that we would reasonably anticipate just for student growth. We're looking currently at an assistant principal position and a counselor position. We anticipate those to be about $165,000 at that WHS campus. Those would be positions, quite frankly, that would be a sunk cost in a way, because with student growth, we're either looking to add them at WHS or we could be adding them at a freshman center. So those would be a cost that we would look to add either way, but could easily be a cost that would transition over to a freshman center. Some concerns about a freshman center. Staffing would be one. As we know, it's going to require additional FTEs or current WHS staff to travel between the 2 campuses. While a challenge, we know that staff traveling from campus to campus is not unheard of here in the district. We have plenty of staff members that travel throughout the district. It's not the most convenient, but we do feel that it is serviceable for what it is that we're asking them to do. You may remember that we started with junior high ag in a very similar component where they would travel between multiple campuses. Since then, the program has grown, and we've looked at adding a full-time at each junior high ag position for the junior high programs. Another concern is that it requires significant expenditure of unrecoverable funds to renovate the facility for instructional purposes. Generally, this is going to be in that CTE area, as Dr. Averett was detailing earlier. It would be our goal to go in and do as much as we can for things that would be convertible. So as he was talking about moving the welding units down to Creek High School, or the auto mechanical units, the auto lab units, moving those down to Creek High School, or even the computer labs, moving the new computer labs down to Creek High School, utilizing as much of that as humanly possible, but also we'd be looking at portable buildings. And so adding the additional portable buildings to Waxahachie High School would not be a cost that we would anticipate would be a long-term cost. We'd be doing that up front, and then the portable buildings hopefully would be sitting idle at that point as we open the second comprehensive high school and have other campuses operating at a good functional capacity level. Another concern would be that this will require district budget to hire new FTEs. The current estimate is 18.5 new FTEs at a cost of about $1.2 million. While this is significant, and these positions would be required upon the opening of Waxahachie Creek High School, the hiring of this personnel unit now would allow the staff time to work together and make for a smoother transition and opening of Waxahachie Creek, which we anticipate to open for that 27-28 school year. So it would be an upfront outlay, but we do anticipate it would generate significant benefits as we get to the opening of Waxahachie Creek High School.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that. So the use of the freshman center as an on-ramp to getting us up to cruising speed for Waxahachie Creek is significant in terms of the financial piece. It allows us to kind of incrementally get to the place where we're funding fully a new staff at Waxahachie Creek High School. But also, those of you who've worked on campuses, it is not insignificant that we would be able to begin to develop the culture of that campus using a lot of those same positions. I would anticipate the principal and the counselors and your front office staff, the receptionist at the freshman center, I would hire that person full well knowing they're very likely going to be the receptionist at Waxahachie Creek High School. Same thing being true for your administration and those teachers as well. So that's another benefit of kind of biting off, a year at a time until we're up to cruising speed at 2027.
Some positive aspects as it relates to a freshman center. A freshman center in and of itself would fulfill a significant component of the 17,000 plus student plan that was approved by trustees about a year ago and communicated to voters as part of the 2023 bond. A freshman center would also provide enrollment relief at Waxahachie High School, allowing that campus to function more efficiently, and would also significantly relieve traffic concerns in and around Waxahachie High School. That is a little bit of a double edge because we know those students would be then going to the former high school in town, but that we see that traffic pattern every day anyway with Coleman Junior High, as none of those students are able to drive. So it would provide us some relief coming off of 287 bypass on the way to Waxahachie High School, or coming down Business 287 to Waxahachie High School. And then Dr. Hollingsworth has provided input on the on-ramp as sorts for Waxahachie Creek. So with that, we ask for questions, comments, concerns that we can address.
On the 600,000, I'm assuming, which is largely CTE you mentioned. I'm assuming it's not a mandate, it's more of a recommendation, and kind of speak to the cost benefit of going ahead and implementing those programs at 600K.
This slide right here?
When you were talking about, you know, adding the welders
Oh.
and so forth.
So what was the benefit of it?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's not a mandate. If it's a mandate, then there's no discussion, but if it's optional, kind of speak to the cost benefit of implementing these programs when we're only gonna be there, hopefully, just 2 years.
Okay, so for the most part, it is what our freshmen are taking now.
Okay.
So where are they now? And we have a significant number of students, obviously, in our intro ag courses, intro health science,
Okay.
all our intro level courses. And for welding, there is a welding one. It's the intro to welding, excuse me, not welding one. The intro to welding class is a class that freshmen take. Also, the intro automotive class is a class that freshmen take, and they take that course to get them on their path for their industry level certification and in their field of study. So that is, and both of those courses in particular are extremely high demand courses in our district.
And to add to that, Mr. Rogers, your costs for computers, welders, as he spoke to, as much of that equipment as possible is movable. I mean, you can move it to your new location as you set up in 2027.
What is our current 8th grade enrollment?
Our current 8th grade enrollment,
That
off the
would-
top of my head, I'd love to be able to spit it out to you.
That's kind of an important fact of where we're going. I was gonna ask that next. So we don't know what our current eighth. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
808 for 7th grade, I'm sorry, 8th grade, and 7th grade was at 799, so they're right at 800.
And how many juniors do we have? I'm trying to backdate how many we're graduating and how many we're gonna be adding. Do we know how many juniors we have?
On point shows 838 juniors.
838. So, of that 808, I'll go to 7th grade because 8th grade's not going to matter. We have 800 7th graders, correct? How many of those do we anticipate going to global?
Right about 100 to 125.
Okay, so we'll just say 100. So that would realistically say that we're going to be adding 700 freshmen in 2 years, right?
What did you say?
I just said plus St. Joe's population and other private schools that go to only 8th grade come to us. We tend to get a boost at 9th grade. I mean, every year that 9th grade population just tends to be higher.
So, but right now it would be 700, correct? Approximately? And we'd be graduating 838.
Approximately.
So, assuming nothing else changed, we would actually be subtracting 138 students. Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Worst case scenario is probably going to be pretty close to even. Right?
With your current numbers enrolled, and that doesn't anticipate your growth projections from your demographer.
I get it. So,
Yes, sir.
but our growth projections about what, 4%, 3-4%?
That's good about it.
Just to clarify, it's district-wide juniors, not just WHS. So that would be your juniors. That would be district-wide.
So that includes both.
Yeah, your 838 includes, that's not just WHS
Okay,
population.
so then we're creating more room. Because you said theoretically our incoming freshman class is our largest class. But unless I'm not computing these numbers right, it doesn't look like that's what the trend's gonna be for the next couple of years.
So just from the demographic report as we get from the demographer looking historically, our 8th grade class, let's see, this is 2019-20. was 750 students. Our ninth grade class was 875. So there's a bump kind of to what Mr. Avenshine is talking about.
Say that again, say those numbers again?
It was 750,
For what grade?
eighth grade.
Okay.
And then ninth grade, 875. So
Of
about
that 875, are
125.
any of those global kids?
That would be total district, yes, sir.
Which is,
And then in 2021, 780 at eighth grade, 860 at ninth grade. And then 21-22, 813 at eighth grade, 950 at ninth grade. And then last year, 843 at eighth grade became 1,027 at ninth grade. So
You're saying it seems evergreen, that ninth grade's always.
there's a sizable gap between that eighth grade year to when they become ninth graders. It's not just an easy roll-up. There is a little bit of, whether it's withholding students who did not make the cut to be a sophomore, pulling in additional students from outside the district who did not educate with us through eighth grade, or just growth in that grade level. It's not just a one-for-one is what we've seen at this point.
based on the numbers you guys have given me, it's not showing that we're adding more kids every year. At least, I'm just based off the numbers you're giving me.
Okay.
I mean, am I reading that wrong? I mean, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but
But no, sir, yes, sir, we are adding additional students every year, and you see those reports.
not hundreds. I'm going grade level to grade level, okay? As 12 leaves and 9 comes in, you see what I'm saying? But I also look, what's 11 and 8 and whatnot. You see the pattern that I'm going there. And to me, it doesn't seem like we're adding hundreds of students like we anticipated that we would. Because I think at one time we were graduating 600 and adding 900. That doesn't seem to be the trend right now. Am I correct?
So to your point, according to this demographic report, district-wide, we're looking at eighth grade with 814 eighth graders, 759 seniors. The next year, I'm looking at 820 eighth graders, 798 seniors. What I get to, and now this is the following year, is I'm getting to 935 eighth graders and 830 seniors. So I am in an anomaly at this point where my senior class is pretty comparable to my eighth grade class, but what I see is my historic trend, and what I see forthcoming again within the next 2 years is a significant eighth grade class, about 100 plus, 150 plus, whatever my senior class leaving, in addition to that bump that I see at ninth grade as well.
Are you subtracting the global numbers from that?
No, sir, that's district-wide.
Okay.
The global numbers realistically should be relatively flat at about 100 per year. The campus is gonna be capped at about 425 total enrollment, so any one grade with a bump is gonna cause another grade to have to be artificially low. If they had the room and capacity to continue growing the campus to say 600-ish, you could look at classes of 125 per grade level, but right now, they're realistically gonna be capped at about 100 per grade level going forward. So global realistically is gonna be a moot point overall because the growth is gonna happen at WHS because they're gonna be capped on their enrollment limit.
I have several other questions, but I don't want to dominate this conversation.
When I look at the numbers, I would really like to see the math broken down. I'm pretty good at math. I do it every day in my job. But you've got me a little confused looking at this. I know I could sit down and channel it all, but I can't listen, channel, do it. I'd like to know what total cost is going to be to open the ninth grade center versus what it's costing us at WHS. I understand we passed a bond and we need to follow through, which I understand that concept. I understand the concept of the traffic at WHS. I also think the traffic is going to be a mess at the ninth grade. I think the traffic is a moot point. Whichever way you do it, you're going to be taking away from one, adding to another. That's going to go away. I see student safety is an issue at both of them. If we put portables at the high school, I see that as a safety issue. If we have these kids on this campus, there's going to be some interchange of students at some level on something, I see that as an issue. There is no perfect way to skin this cat, and I get it, but it's really hard for me to follow the dollars and cents on this, because I'll just I'm gonna make a number up. If it costs us $2 million a year to do it at WHS and $9 million a year to do it at the Coleman Building, well, you know, my job as a steward of the taxpayers' dollar is to look out for that. If it's inverse, of course, my job is to do that as well, all things being equal. But there's a lot of this that I'm trying to grasp and wrap my mind around and make sure that we make an intelligent decision. And the kids are first, I get it, but I don't, whichever way you do this is not ideal. I understand that, but I can't right now make a sound judgment.
So to your point, Mr. Schoolfield, from a staffing perspective, the anticipation is about $1,170,000, plus about $540,000 for the building renovation or CTE components within that. So let's call that $1.7 million for freshman center. And then the WHS component, staying there, all in, we're talking about $800,000 in staffing. So about $1.7 million for freshman center for 1 year, about $800,000 in additional staffing positions at WHS.
That's just stacking, is that including the renovation of the building? I mean, is that all in?
Yes.
I wanna know all.
For without the freshman center, we were looking at about $785,000 for 1 year. That's the 4 portables and the additional staff at that campus. And so 2 years of a freshman center, about $3.4 million. 2 years at WHS, about $970,000 or $1 million would be my best guess.
3.4 versus
1 million.
Versus $1 million?
Yes, sir.
So $2.4 million difference, basically.
Yes, sir. Assuming that it's operated for 2 years.
About your slide about the portables,
Yes, sir.
so we'd have to purchase 4, correct?
Yeah, that's our, yes, sir, that's our current guess.
What's our plan to do with the current 2 that we already own?
So our plan is to move those to WHS right off the top. We anticipate one of them fully would be utilized for the Naval JROTC program, classroom on one side and storage and other function on the other side. So that leaves us 1 classroom or 1 building with 2 classrooms for growth. We do anticipate that over the next 2 years, we could add up to 4 more portable buildings. And so we've included those as a total price tag cost, knowing full well that may not get exactly that far.
Okay, so it'd be 4 in addition to the 2 that we
Yes,
already
sir.
have? Okay.
The numbers to me, excuse me, aren't really significant in the sense that based on the 1.1 million and the 540 that you stated first, that's 0.01% of our annual budget. I just did it on 120 million, which is probably ballpark. That's $15 to somebody that makes 150,000 a year, so that's like nothing. So I'm not concerned about that. You would be the one to answer that coming out of the budget and where that would come from. And then secondly, I haven't received any phone calls or emails from anybody that's encouraging scrapping this idea. They want us to stick to the original plan, and that's where my head's at right now, just so everybody's clear, but I'm 1 of 7, so it's a decision for all of us to make. That's my thoughts on everything.
I have another question. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kim. Go ahead.
Go back to the cost of everything, having it at Coleman, or at the old high school, or whatever we're calling it this week. Okay, so it's $540,000. This renovations and equipment for welding and auto tech, are there no other classes that could be offered as freshman level classes to get into auto tech and welding? Is there nothing else that could be offered? I mean, you said, you know, I mean, because I know from my observations, there used to be, at least on auto tech, a lot of book work first.
Right, so, we offer auto basics, which is the first class, and they would be doing very simple automotive procedures, changing tires, changing oil, those things. So, we talked this morning, like, we wouldn't be purchasing a tire balancer, for example, we wouldn't purchase any major equipment that would go into the freshman center, we would keep all the major equipment at the high school. So it'd be things like wrenches and, I need help with auto.
Back wrenches, power tools, air compressors,
Yes.
things like that they would use, hand tools.
Where they're learning the components of safety,
Right.
which is really important before they move into the next class. One reason that we think it's important to continue offering that level at the freshman level is because we're now partnering with TSTC to do dual credit leading into diesel mechanic. And so we've got to keep the caliber of those classes as high as we can so that they're prepared to go into those dual credit programs as well.
So the minor, like what you're talking about, teaching them how to change a tire and all of that, and the safety is, and then also I would go along with, and for welding also, it's going to be $250,000.
Well, so I believe, and Dr. Aber, please correct me if I'm wrong, that's for welding, auto tech, and also construction classes, just basic equipment that we need. Welding is gonna be the highest cost there, but it's also for our welding program and our AgMech programs. So both of those programs would use the same welding lab.
Okay, and they currently, as freshmen, they just jump right in and start welding?
Yes, so intro to welding, they start welding in that freshman year. First, they do a lot of the safety and the bookwork in the first 6 weeks, and then they jump right into the lab. The AgMech class, Principles of Agriculture, is the first level class for that, but the majority of our students going into AgMech are taking that class in 8th grade now, so they do jump straight into AgMech as a freshman.
Okay. It just seems like a really high number, $250,000 for,
We did work with Mr. Mulligan and Mr. Crumpton, so one representative from each welding and AgMech, to really identify the equipment that would need to be used in those labs so that we could buy equipment that we would want to move over to the high school so that we're not just purchasing a Band-Aid worth of equipment now and then negating it whenever we do open the new high school, that it's quality equipment that we can move over.
okay, thank you.
So I have a question on transportation. I know we're gonna have fine arts kids going backwards and forth. We're gonna have athletics going backwards and forth. How are we gonna address that?
As needed. I mean, we know that we would have some kiddos that are gonna be, wind ensemble level band kids. That's not many at the freshman level, but there may be some.
I mean, Rich Armstrong has freshmen marching in his marching band, right? And their practice is at the high school.
True, but they don't happen during the school day.
But there are other programs. I'm just using that as an
Right.
example. I mean, tennis, for example. I mean,
And we have tennis courts at that
yeah,
location.
but they're used for junior high.
Sorry, huh?
But they're being used for the junior high.
Yeah, in the morning though, not in the afternoon.
So, but I mean, you see what, there's other trends that haven't even been mentioned, and that's what I'm getting at. I want all of this information before I can make a decision, and I feel like I'm having to pry this information out instead of it being given to me. I mean, there's just a lot of unknowns. I'm not saying that I'm against it, but I need all of the information. I don't feel like I'm getting it.
Well, no, sir. I think the one thing you're missing is the transportation costs, and that's one piece that we can run an estimate on the transportation costs. But you've got estimates on the staffing costs, on the equipment costs, on possible renovations. We gave you estimates on both projects for what it would cost over at WHS versus, so no, sir, we're not trying to hide the ball at all. And so, but we can get that
I
information.
mean, we get blasted because we transport kids to Richards Park for baseball. I mean, that's one sport.
What you do, generally speaking, is if you have programs such as your freshman band, for example, you would have to, when you have to share programs, you put them at the beginning or at the end of the day. And if we need to move students over to WHS to be able to be there for marching band, for example, those students can be transported at the end of the day. And so there is an additional cost that we would have to figure in to be able to get kids over to Rich. There's one example. Yes, sir. There could be a handful of
I would like
others.
information on that. I mean, that's just one program. I mean, it could be, pick a sport,
Well,
athletics.
for example, right now, we're transporting freshmen from Lumpkins back to WHS. We wouldn't have to do that anymore. They would be at their campus. So that's the inverse of what you're talking about.
But I still think there would be more going the other direction. But again, I want to see those associated costs. And I would like to see, the numbers correlate on how, as we add a grade at the high school and the ones that are leaving. And I just didn't see a big gap there, That's just me personally.
Of the money that we're spending at the freshman center, and you said some of it's transferable to Waxahachie Creek, what's that dollar amount? I mean, we know how much we're gonna spend, how much of that will be transferable?
So any equipment that we bought, like the welders, for example, I think we have between $40,000 and $45,000 earmarked as a possible for that amount. That's that's the outfit. 12 booths and 2 portables. Every bit of that would be able to be taken to Waxahachie Creek. Hand tools, I mean, if they're used every day, there's a chance that they may have their life expectancy over a couple of years of hard use. And so they may not all be able to make the trip. Computer labs, though, 2 years does not make a computer, I believe, obsolete for that purpose. So that's a fairly significant expense. You're looking at $50,000 to $60,000 per lab, 3 labs. Those would be able to be moved.
So most of it,
A lot of it, yes.
okay.
I mean, the actual into the physical space, adding sinks back where they were, replacing the lighting, that's obviously, that doesn't go, that stays.
Can you go back to the slide on the positives?
Yes, ma'am.
That very first one, and I'm with Judd, I'm disappointed that we can't do it this year or this next year, because when you tell people you're gonna do something, I think we need to do it, and that's what the voters voted on. But we know we can't do that because everything didn't fall into place. If you just look at the positives,
To be honest with you, I think if we were able to do it this year, we wouldn't be having this workshop.
yeah. I wish we could, but we can't.
Is there any equipment remaining over in the old CT facility that is planning to be used? Or is all that coming out? I mean, I know there was some equipment left over there.
He mentioned the lifts and stuff.
Well, what I've been able to see is stuff that's static, like the lifts. Those things are,
And the plan is to use those?
they're if we were able to use as a ninth grade center, oh, sure.
So they're still up to code and?
They work.
They're still up to code and meet all the
We
standards?
haven't had them inspected, but that we would.
Okay.
I feel like, oh, can you hear me? I guess, yeah. I'm with Debbie and Judd. We just need to, I haven't heard from anyone that's interested in, not doing this. I have heard from people, however, who are frustrated with the fact that we did tell everyone this was part of the plan, and now we're talking about not doing it. As far as the traffic's concerned, there will be less traffic at the high school. I get it, there'll be more over in the area of where the freshman center will be, but those will be parent drivers for the most part, so that's a good thing. The traffic situation at Waxahachie High School is frustrating for many, and I, as a parent who, wants the traffic situation to be safer, I feel like it would be, to me, the student safety is, and not to mention the student safety as far as numbers go of kids on the campus as well. So,
I actually agree with
right
you.
there.
I want to see what the total cost is. I have not at one time seen what the total cost was going to be.
Well, the only thing
I've
missing,
seen bits and pieces, but I haven't seen what the total cost is versus how much relief are we actually gaining at the high school? I mean, and how many kids is this accommodating? I mean, I know you can say we're taking 1,000 kids out, right? I mean, but versus how many's coming in, how many are leaving, how much room are we actually creating at the high school? And I haven't seen a total dollar figure. That's my two biggest concerns.
The only total dollar figure that we haven't provided and we can get you is an estimate on transportation. That's it. Everything else we've provided. But,
And who would have to be transported?
yes, sir. And we can give you our best estimate on that. Right now, the way things stand, because you guys adopted a 17,000 plus student plan a year ago, we don't have to act. The board, our actions will be, every presentation we gave last year to the community had asterisks relative to years that we estimated we were going to open things. So the fact that we're delayed because of construction at a new Wildman Steam, that we have to delay by 1 year, does not change the plans that we shared with the community. And so right now, we will move forward with the 17,000 plus student plan, which includes the creation of a freshman center. And so that's where we currently are. Unless you guys are saying, no, we want to amend the 17,000 student plan. And so we can pull additional costs for transportation and bring that back to you guys, I suppose, in March. We can do that as part of our budget workshop, perhaps, or we can have an item on there that's proposing to alter the plan. That's the hard part, because are we suggesting that we go ahead and make an alteration to the 17,000 student plan?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just asking for information that I haven't been able
Okay.
to get to put the whole piece of the puzzle together.
All right.
Here's what I think our responsibilities as trustees is to do what, our default always should be to do what we say we were gonna do. And that is unless something has drastically changed. Like if we rolled out this plan and told them this is what we're gonna do, and then the price tag went up $7 million or something just ridiculous, then I think we would have the responsibility to change our minds and change our plan. And I guess to some people's point up here, until we know exactly if anything has changed since we rolled this plan out and since the voters voted on this plan, we're not going to know that. But by early indications are it's not going to be significant, the dollar amount difference. Maybe having some more clarification on transportation, et cetera, can clear that up. But I think that's our default needs to be doing what we say we're going to do. And I think that's what the voters expect us to do unless something has drastically changed.
Well, as y'all know, I provide y'all a board update every week. We will include in the board update our best estimate on transportation costs and which programs we would be transporting for, our very best estimate for that. I'll send that to y'all in your board update, and then I'll communicate with the board president in terms of next best steps in March. Does that sound like a good plan? Does that work?
And refresh my memory, how much money was allocated for this ninth grade center in the bond? It wasn't?
No money specific to the, no, sir. Just like we didn't allocate monies for renovating Wildman building for Global.
Okay.
Those were just planned, we just knew that we were going to have to shoulder those costs out of our operating budget.
Okay.
I'd like to say, like everyone else has said, or John, Debbie, Melissa, and Judd have said, we need to honor what we told the voters, and we always need to keep in mind what's best for the kids. And personally, I'd like to see a freshman center all the time. I mean, I think a freshman center is absolutely best for the kids, and I believe that's what we told the voters that we were going to do, so I think we need to do it. I am concerned about the money, a little wondering if we could offer something different that would be still in their track, that they could not have to spend $250,000 on. That's one of my concerns, but I do believe we need to honor what we told the people, and also, having spoken to several high school teachers, they feel like they need relief, and that the high school is overcrowded yesterday, so.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, the board is going to convene into closed session according to section 551.001 et sec of the Texas Government Code. It is now 4:50 PM. into open session. At this time, I will ask Mr. Schoolfield to lead us in our invocation, followed by our pledges by Thomas Cunningham and Sophie Smith from Waxahachie High School.
Shall we pray? Father, thank you for the opportunity to live in a country where we can come together and hash out our community's interest and do the best job we can for our kids, our staff, our community members, and employees. Thank you for the things you've blessed us with. Help us to keep these responsibilities close to our heart as we try to do the right things. In your Christ's holy name we pray. Amen.
Please join us in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now for the Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Our vision is to be a district where innovation thrives and growth is limitless.
We value choices because they make us unique and are critical to learning.
We value a collaborative culture that honors and supports all who positively impact the lives of our students.
We value an environment of belonging that respects individual differences and ensures equality for all.
We value relationships that broaden learning experiences and enrich our community.
So we're a little ahead of schedule, so we're going to skip recognitions right now. We're going to move into our open forum. We're going to come back to recognitions about a little after 6 o'clock. So this is the portion of the board meeting where the board receives input from patrons. Each person who addresses the board will have 5 minutes to speak on his or her issue. Because of posting requirements of the Open Meetings Act, board members will not ask questions of the patron nor answer any questions posed by the patron. No action can be taken on any issue presented during the patron comment section of the board meeting. Patrons addressing the board will be notified when they are approaching the last 60 seconds of their allotted time to speak. When I call your name, please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Mr. McCutcheon, will you keep the time since Mr. Rogers is out? Okay, our first speaker will be Jackie Spivey. Please step forward and state your name and address for the record, please. Mr. McCutcheon right here will let you know when you have approximately 1 minute left to speak, okay?
Okay, great. My name is Jackie Spivey. My address is 631 Wales Court. Good evening. My name is Jackie Spivey, and I'm the mother of a WHS cheerleader and a member of the WHS Spirit Club. As you know, our girls put on an impressive show at the UIL Spirit Competition in January, landing in the top 20 teams and ending up at finals. We're all so proud of the hard work and dedication they've invested to perform at such a level. I've enjoyed watching our girls put in the time and effort needed to represent WISD well at UIL. Prior to moving to Waxahachie, my family lived in Hazlet. Our kids were part of Northwest ISD. My oldest attended Eaton High School during that time, and I worked with the Northwest Youth Sports League as a commissioner and coach for their cheerleading program. During this time, I was able to see firsthand the investments that both Eaton High School and the Northwest ISD were making into their cheer program. This year, Eaton High School took first place at UIL, and they've turned that win into a springboard that's helped their squad access opportunities they may not have otherwise been able to access. Seeing what our girls were capable of this year at UIL was amazing, but it also highlighted the limitations they're subjected to due to lack of access. A traditional cheer stage consists of a 9-panel mat. This allows for the appropriately sized space for the girls to choreograph, practice, and perform their full routine, including tumbling and stunts as they would at a competition. Most local cheer programs around us have access to mats of this size and a space to use them in consistently. Our girls, unfortunately, do not. Instead, our girls have a 4-panel mat and occasional access to the IAC for their practices. When they need to practice at other times, our girls pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket to rent practice space at gyms in the area. money that our girls have worked hard to raise and which could be put to greater use elsewhere. This is the equivalent of telling our football team that they need to pay someone to go practice in someone's backyard. It's expensive, inadequate, and frankly, it's unfair. Not only is an appropriately sized practice space important for developing muscle memory for their eventual competition performance, but having adequate mat space is important for the safety of our tumblers and stunters when working on new routines. We're all aware that following the failure of the recent bond, there's insufficient space within the WHS building for the girls to have a dedicated 9-panel mat from October through early January. However, much like the baseball and swim teams, our girls would be more than happy to practice off-site. If we could find a space in a building like Global where our girls could have access to dedicated practice space during their UIL season, not only would it relieve our girls of the financial burden of renting space for each practice, but it would give them more equitable access to a safe practice area, much like our other athletic programs have. Similarly, other programs at WHS are given the latitude to hire specialist coaches to improve specific skill sets for their sport. WHS cheer is not given that same, even though our girls would greatly benefit from specialized tumbling coaches. I can only speak for myself when I say that I'm proud that my daughter is a part of such a great program. Coach Fritz and the rest of the coaching team work so hard to instill confidence in our girls and show them what they are capable of. The coaches, parents, and girls know that this squad could go just as far as any other successful 6A cheer program in the state. They just need more support to get there. We cannot continue to expect these girls to compete against well-supported 6A cheer programs when at home they're being treated like a 3A program. Our girls see that our baseball and softball teams have access to specialty coaches. They see that the golf team has access to a golf simulator. They see that our football team has access to a newly renovated weight room. And they see that this is not equal care and concern compared to their program. Though our competition season is only from October through January, cheer is a year-round commitment for these girls. All the while, our girls show up for send-offs for every program that you can imagine. They work school events, they volunteer in the community, they serve as buddies for Night to Shine and Miracle League, and they do so much more. They invest countless hours every season in representing WHS well, in representing this board well. They invest in the reputation of this school and this community. Don't you think it's time we invested in them? I think it's only fair that they are given safe, equitable access to the resources they need to perform at the level they're capable of. So let's show them that finals at UIL was just a taste of what's to come, and we can set them up for even greater success next year. Thank you.
Melissa Hanson. You step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Melissa Hanson, and I live at 1121 East Sharpshire Drive. My daughter Cadence is a senior on Waxahachie High School's varsity cheer squad, and I am the current treasurer for the Booster Club. I stand before you tonight first to thank you for inviting our girls to celebrate in their UIL state finalist cheer squad to the meeting and to be honored for their esteemed accomplishments this year at the District 6A State Championship. Additionally, I'd like to speak to the values of cheer in the lives of our athletes and how we can partner to increase the value add for our future WISD athletes. The International Council for Sports Science and Physical Education has shown that the presence of sports, including cheer in a young girl's life, has a close correlation with improved self-esteem and confidence. Having had a student attend WISD for the last 13 years, I know how hard our district employees and the community work to build a positive future, not just for our student athletes, but for all WISD students. At our state performance this year, Coach Fritz and our team were honored to have Dr. Hollingsworth and Coach Tully there as a show of support. The idea that it is not like this everywhere was truly felt by a high level of support from the leadership of our district. Support is crucial for our athletes to receive and feel all the benefits that team sports have to offer. For this reason, I bring a concern before the board tonight. The same studies conducted by the International Council for Sports and Science and Physical Education realized another startling fact. The amount of support felt and the quality of the experience for each athlete in the sport also contribute to the level of self-esteem, and self-worth the athletes feel when participating in that particular sport. We are a team of strong young women. We are led by strong coaches and a staff that love all of our athletes, but we are also a team without a home to practice the sport that we love. At times, this can feel as though our athletes, the ones that are present for all other sports, the girls that get up early on the weekends to ensure every team has a send-off worthy of WISD, the athletes that love and support our special needs community and athletes, are homeless in the district that they love so dearly. This year, in order to practice for UIL, our Booster Club had to write a check for an adequate practice facility that included a 9-panel mat. Cheerleading is an intensity-filled sport with stunting and tumbling, among many other physically demanding tasks. The safety of our athletes is the top priority. And the girls became very aware of the board's commitment to their safety by our willingness to provide them with the space and equipment needed to ensure their ability for practicing for UIL. Tonight I ask that we work as a district to send a message to the young women on this team that WISD is not just proud of their accomplishments, but is committed to their safety and providing the space and equipment needed for them to continue to excel in their sport. Cheerleading takes no off-season. However, our UIL practices September through January, and those athletes that participate in this UIL need a dedicated space in order to accomplish their goals and dreams. Whether this site is at WHS or an off-site district location, like the gym currently at Global High School, or a space currently attended by Coleman Junior High, we need somewhere to feel at home. Tonight, I would ask that you allow them to feel like cheer has a home in WISD, a place of belonging, the value of which you will see in the faces of the young women that walk in here before you tonight. They are UIL 6A state finalist cheerleaders today, but tomorrow, they are simply the leaders of our community.
Andrew White, you step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Hollingsworth, community. So on the way over here from work, I was listening to the workshop, and so I just wanted to share a few thoughts. I was honored to serve on the Long Range Planning Committee last year. Dr. Hollingsworth, thank you for giving the community that opportunity. And I think most of you that know me know I usually don't have a problem asking tough questions and making my opinions known at times. But I think we also had to be fair. Not one time in the long-range planning committees did we ever have a conversation about what happens if we don't meet our deadlines with the construction. To my knowledge, I don't recall us ever having that conversation. And here we are. I think we all know, because of rain and other things, we know that there's going to be delay in construction. And so now we're forced to make a tough choice. Do we add portables to the high school to accommodate the growth, which we all know is here, or do we invest several $1 million or perhaps more to open up this freshman campus that the community, it appears, was very strong in support of? And so I wanted to make sure that I'm being fair to the district and to the community when I say no one ever talked about, okay, what's going to happen? What are we going to do? What's the plan if all these deadlines don't get met? And here we are. And to be honest, I don't even think is a discussion for many board members, over the last year or so. So I wanted to be fair to, first of all, again, listening to the conversation, and I know, Dr. Hollingsworth, you really want to get these transportation numbers, to our board president, Dusty Autry. I really want us to take our time, though, to make sure we get numbers that are pretty accurate, because we're talking a lot of things that we're going to have to look at. I know Mr. Autry mentioned all the different programs that could be affected or impacted. So I think Dr. Hollingsworth said you want to get these numbers within a week or two. I mean, if y'all can do it, great. But to me, it sounds like probably more like 3 or 4 weeks, possibly, unless y'all can just get it done. Because I want to make sure the community has accurate numbers before a decision is made down the road. And the last thing I would ask is that once a decision is made, whether or not we add portables, which I know a lot of people don't like that idea, and I think most of you don't like that idea, or do we invest millions of dollars for a campus for 2 years? I know that's also a concern. Is once that decision is made, if it is different from the original bond promise, so to speak, that we let the community give input. If we say we're going to add portables, I would at least like the community to have an opportunity to express their opinions on that, because that is something totally different than what we had originally promised in the bond package. Thank you all.
Brian Stevens. Step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Brian Stevens. My address is 173 Brookbend Drive. I want to thank the board for your service. It's a position you have that has really not a lot to give back except for the duties you have. But, you know, again, the time and effort you guys put in is not unnoticed, so I appreciate you guys. I've had 3 daughters come up through Waxahachie School District from kindergarten to graduation. Hannah's about to graduate Texas A&M, and my middle daughter, Emma, is thriving at UNT, and I have a youngest daughter who just started freshman at WHS. I want to thank the district, take this time to just thank the district for the tremendous impact it's had on my girls and my family. It's been a blessing. I love Waxahachie ISD. I bleed green. I hope you guys, I think all of you know me personally, and I hope that you see me as somebody that if the district needs something from someone like me, that you can call me anytime. I'll be there for you guys. I've spent a lot of time and energy advocating for the district and its growth. As you know, many times it hasn't been the easiest. I've been on a couple long-range planning committees on the past 5 PACs to attempt the bonds. And through those PACs, I think at the very beginning I had hair. And after those PACs and those votes, you can see what's happened. So I feel the stress. But I'm very happy and thrilled about the last vote we had to pass a much-needed bond for growth. And I believe that's an attribute to you guys putting forth a clear plan, and it was well communicated to our community, and I think the voters embraced that, and that was the difference in the vote last time. I do understand there's discussion about eliminating the 9th grade campus, and I understand there's not been, of course, a decision or anything, just discussions. And I welcome those discussions. That's your job, to discuss things like that and to evaluate things. But I believe it is still needed. I believe because the kids need the space at the high school. It's my opinion that it's best for their education. The staff also needs this relief. We know that there's a more permanent relief in sight with the second high school, but the temporary is going to be where the stress comes in. And I think the 9th grade campus will relieve that temporary stress. I also believe that we should do it because it's what we promised the community. There were countless nights that I was in people's homes and in front of HOAs and at different events that I personally promised the community a bond package that included the 9th grade campus. And for that to be taken out, I think is detrimental to our credibility for the future. I think it would be seen as blood in the water for the next bond proposal. And also we should just do what we promised our community and those who voted yes. Again, that is my opinion. You guys are the ones that are in charge, and I know you guys are going to make the right decision, and I appreciate you guys.
Mr. President, I do want to respond on one piece. I want to be very clear. I gave that presentation 76 times, and the presentation itself included asterisks, and I was at every one of those presentations. And I will tell you, I was asked from time to time about the time frame that we laid out. And I always was unequivocal on the fact that that was our best thinking on a time frame. And I never once indicated that these were hard deadlines that we would bind ourselves to. For example, our thinking all along is that we would open a school in August of 27, second comprehensive high school. But that, that timeline is our best thinking, working with the experts in the field. So I want to be very clear about that piece. And 76 times of saying it, I know I said it. And I was very clear about that. So just want to be clear.
Okay, we're going to go to item 5, which is our recognitions. Mrs. Bridges?
Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. We have several students and staff members to recognize this evening, so we'll go ahead and get started. First, I would like to ask Coach Shane Tollison to come up and recognize our WHS cheerleaders.
All right. Number one, Dr. Hollingsworth, Board, thank you guys for the opportunity to stand in front of you today as the head football coach, interim executive director of athletics. It's an honor and a privilege to bring attention to our cheer program, our kids, Coach Fritz, and staff. I want to congratulate them on their team's achievement this year. You know, when you're pouring into 27 girls, a flag crew that consists of freshmen all the way up to seniors, it is a neat deal. And if you wasn't there, obviously I gotta have a disclaimer. That was my first cheer competition, UL State, to be a part of. I got ground floor witnesses on the passion on their face and the energy that just screams Waxahachie. It was a neat thing to see. But they knew it was a hill to climb, knowing that the seventh smallest team in the division. Coach Frisch and our girls did it. Only top 20 go. They finished 20 out of 67 in their division. A commendable accomplishment, especially considering the challenges they faced with injuries, illness leading up to the competition. It's inspiring to hear how their teams work together and how their alternates stepped up and helped in a big way. For those who do not know, executing prelims to a perfection was an incredible, satisfying moment for Coach Fritz and her team. Especially knowing all the hard work, dedication that went in preparing for it. I watched our team's determination and resilience pay off, resulting in a day filled with wonderful memories that will last a lifetime. I encourage Coach Fritz, staff, and kids to keep celebrating this success and using their experience to fuel their team's motivation for future competitions. Their teamwork and their perseverance are truly admirable qualities that will continue to drive our success in cheerleading and beyond. Again, it's an honor and a privilege to bring attention to Coach Fritz, her squad, all that's involved in making 2023 a huge success.
Thank you so much. Did y'all plan this, or did y'all just luck out? Yeah.
All right. Trustees, Trustees, I'd like to invite Sean Cagle to come up to do a couple of fine arts recognitions.
It is. Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. Thank you for letting me come before you this evening, again, to recognize some of our longest, most honored organizations in the fine arts. Tonight, we have Jalen Salas, who was recognized as a state dancer by the Texas Dance Educators Association. She got to go down there with Ms. Wilcox, our wonderful director of the Charmers and our dance program, to represent Waxahachie, one of 260 state dancers. So she continues on in the wonderful tradition of the Charmers, and please help me recognize her this evening. Also aboard, we have our band program again this month, thankfully. This was an honor. The Sudler Shield is an international honor. The purpose of this is to establish and support international standards of excellence in musical performance, marching execution, choreography, and show design for high school bands, youth bands, international marching bands, to identify and recognize and honor outstanding high school, youth, and international marching bands who are at a world-class level of excellence. This is an honor that is bestowed by the John Philip Sousa Foundation, which was started in 1980. The board of that is a lot of college and university level band directors, and they honor bands from all over the world. So it is quite an exceptional accomplishment that our Waxahachie Band program, because of all of its great excellence, has been honored with the Sudler Shield. Thank y'all very much. We have Rich Armstrong, Justin Bell, Reggie Cook, Alex Decoto, Denise Armstrong, Roman Montoya, Nicole Butler, and Jacob Graham, who all take part in designing the show and running everything, and we're so proud and thankful for them.
And trustees, finally this evening, I would like to ask Ashley Binnicker and her students to come up.
Good evening, board. As you probably know, February is CTE month. Every February, the CTE community celebrates CTE month to raise awareness of the role that CTE has in readying learners for college and career success. CTE month is also a time to recognize and celebrate the achievements and accomplishments of our CTE students, staff, and industry partners. And tonight, I brought along 5 students with me from WHS and Global High School to help us recognize CTE Month.
Hello, my name is Victoria Nash, and I'm from Waxahachie Global High School. CTE is full of exciting things, and these are just a few of the big numbers we could share. This year, at least 300 students are active in a career and technical student organization. Our health science department has over 620 students enrolled. Our FFA chapter has over 750 members. While majority of the chapter is made up of 8th through 12th graders, this does include our junior FFA members as well. In 2022-2023, CTE students at WHS and Global High School passed over 800 industry-based certifications, more than ever before. Another big number, over 5,300 seats are filled in our CTE programs. We have 23 programs of study, 94 CTE courses, 54 CTE teachers, 531 junior high school students in high school credit courses, 344 global high school students, and 2,625 Waxahachie High School students.
Hello, my name is Natalia Martinez, and I'm a senior at Global High School. The biggest number of them all, $318,518. This year, WIC Career and Technical Education received a Jobs and Education for Texans grant to bolster our health science programming. Now that all equipment has been installed, the Texas workforce will join us on campus for a big check ceremony, and we invite the board to join us for a tour of the new equipment on each campus in April. This year, junior high students in Waxahachie ISD had the opportunity to take STEM education courses. In Project Lead the Way Gateway 1, students focused on 2 modules, design and modeling and app creators. Next year, students in Gateway 2 will take medical interventions in flight and space. The opportunity to continue STEM-focused education from elementary to SSEP in 6th grade and PLTW in 7th and 8th grade will help students to be more prepared for STEM programs in high school and future careers. As you can see here, the addition of PLTW courses for high school enrollment to both 7th and 8th grade has increased CTE high school credit enrollment at the junior highs by 65%, for a total of 531 students this year. In addition to the PLTW course, 8th grade students can take Principles of Arts, AV, or Principles of Ag for high school credit.
Hi, I'm Philosophy Smith from Waxahachie High School. High school students and high school enrollment in CTE courses has gradually increased over the last 5 years. Several of our programs have now reached available capacity. In Waxahachie ISD, we believe strongly in collaboration, and we follow that core value in CTE. The Exercise and Wellness program has had a strong start this year, and we are successful in this new venture because of our strong partnership with the athletics department. Our students learn about sports medicine in the classroom, and they're able to exercise their knowledge on the fields and courts with our student athletes. Mrs. Middleton and her floral design students collaborated with athletics and support services this year to install an 18-foot-tall mum at Lumpkin Stadium for homecoming. They also adorned the Indian with a 6-foot-tall garter. Culinary Arts collaborated with Fine Arts and Engineering to put on a holiday event featuring Christmas-themed foods, beverages, art, and more as a fundraiser. Our FFA students led the Northside Elementary kindergartners through the agri-science facility as an extension of their own classroom as they learn about barn animals in their reading program.
Thomas Cunningham with Waxahachie High School. We highly value community in CTE. Our Industry Leadership Council meeting on February 7th to analyze and discuss Ellis County and surrounding industry needs and trades. The construction and welding program leads showcase for their students from around the area and state. Students have the opportunity to learn from professionals while also competing against each other in their skills. Coleman Junior High held another outstanding career day featuring community and industry leaders on a speaker panel. We're in the midst of competition season for CTE, and we're just getting started. Career and technical students organizations are now competing at a regional level with hopes to move on to state level this spring. March, April, and May are the biggest months for certifications. Our students are currently registering for and preparing for certifications exams in their respective programs. We intend to see higher certification rates than last year. This is the last 8th grade students to enroll in their high school courses. Counselors will be at Bentley Junior High this week to wrap up course selections for all high school courses.
Hi, I'm Sasha Bagonko, and I'm a junior at Global High School. And upcoming events in CTE include our 3rd annual Adulting Week. This is a time in which we invite our teachers and industry leaders to share lessons in adulting with our students. On these days, students in CTE are able to choose which lessons they attend, ranging from how to change a tire to how to make a pizza from scratch. This year, we will hold our first ever signing day for CTE. Students who intend to follow their program of study into the future, whether it is job placement, technical school, or university, we invite them to participate in a signing day. The Ellis County Stock Show and Rodeo are quickly approaching. We invite you all to join us to watch our FFA leaders end their show season right here in Waxahachie. Dr. Hollingsworth, President Autry, and board members, we thank you for the support you offer CTE, and thank you for joining us in recognizing February as CTE Month.
Thank you, trustees.
Our next item on our agenda is our public hearing. We're going to conduct a public hearing regarding the Texas Academic Performance Report, also known as TAPER, for the 2022-2023 school year. Tonight, we will be holding a public hearing regarding the 2022-2023 Texas Academic Performance Report. Following the presentation, we will invite the public to approach the podium and provide input on the subjects at hand. The public hearing will begin with a presentation by Dawn Hilburn, WISD Director, Accountability and Assessment. Ms. Hilburn?
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. I saw their presentation where it talked about big numbers, and so I think the title of mine should be "A Lot of Numbers Are About to Come Your Way." So we'll have fun doing this, but I'm here to present to you the 22-23 TAPER report, otherwise known as our Texas Academic Performance Report. Really, what is that? It's an overview and a comprehensive look, and tonight we're going to focus on our district, but it also looks at our campuses, it looks at region, and it also looks at the state. So it truly gives us an overall picture to see how we did and areas that we can definitely celebrate, but it also tells us some of those things that maybe we want to look at and we want to improve each year. So our ultimate goal is every time I'm up here presenting TAPER, we've improved from the year before. So that's what we want to look at. We have a lot of great systems in place when we start looking at TAPER on things that we can make it better. We've incorporated PLCs. We have our use of data, which, like I said, I'm going to give you a lot of numbers tonight. And so I wanted to present this in the way that we present to our teachers. And so we call these our data dashboards. And so every time we do STAR, MAP, interim assessments, any type of assessment that we can get data from, we present it to not only our teachers, but our campus and district level administration the same way. So you kind of get a glimpse of what that looks like. Our ultimate goal for next year is we want to do individual student dashboards. And so not only are we looking at a big picture, but a student is also able to look at theirs. I do want to give credit. Last year I was up here, we did dashboards as well. We used Google Looker Studio last year. And you heard me say the name Connie a lot. Well, I replaced Connie with Jason Glass, and so we're kind of known as Data Dude and Data Dawn. We also have Data Debbie Needham, who is with grant monies, is able to help us part-time and pull data and help all that. Also want to give kudos to Joe. Joe was instrumental in giving our buying Power BI license, so we moved to a Microsoft product, and it makes security a whole lot better when we're looking at data. And so when we look at this, actually I jumped ahead a little bit. find my little mouse up there. So on this first page, anything that is turquoise is for you for a link. And so if you want to look at more information later on that you can, we're going to focus on the table of contents, and up top you're going to see tabs. And so we've got about 10 different tabs that we're going to go over tonight, so we'll go ahead and get started with this. And so we know that A through F has not been released yet, and so we know that that's in litigation. So we don't know what's going to happen with that. I can tell you, results came back late this year. We didn't get part of them until after school started. And so when we started crunching numbers and looking at some of this, we have a program called On Data Suites. I would go pull it and send it to Dr. Hollingsworth, and we would get one bit of information. And then next week I'd go, hey, Dr. Hollingsworth, just kidding. I pulled it again, and it says something different. Then the state retrieves some of that information and says, hey, we want to take a look at this. They changed some cut points, and then it changed again. And so we kind of just settled on, and then it went into litigation. And so we just settled on right now. We do not have an A through F accountability rating, but we have a lot of numbers that we can focus on and things that we can do to get better. Yes, sir.
I want to add to that. So the idea of projected accountability ratings, that was early on, that was really early September. From that time, the projections that we were getting from the state and from our on-data suites changed. The projections we were getting for particular campuses, at least 4 or 5 times that it would change. And so that's why, there's a notion that we were hiding the ball from the community on projected ratings, and that's just not accurate. We didn't have accurate information coming from the state.
Right. So we're going to lead right into STAR. And so this is interactive. And so we call these right here where you see grade and subject. These are interactive in that you can click on them. I'm not going to click through all those right now, but you can during your spare time, or you might have already done that. So we're looking at overall all grades and all subjects right now. You can also change this year if you want to look at both years, which is what it's set to, or if you just want to look at one particular year. You also notice, just as a reminder, we have performance levels. And so you have do not meets, you have approaches, which means a student's probably going to need a little extra support. They passed the test, but what it's saying is they're probably going to need a little extra support continuing on to be successful at the next grade level. We have our meets. They have a strong knowledge of the content, so they're somewhere in between the approaches and the masters. And of course, our kids who hit mastery of that course, they have a great knowledge of that course, of that subject, and they're more of our college and career-ready students. And so what we're looking at here, you can see the percentages of your do not meets, your approaches, your meets, and masters. What I added below there is the year. So this is 2023 on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is 2022. It is color-coded, and so you see the blue is the state. Region is orange, and WISD is the green. And so when you look at this, from 22 to 23, we increased approaches from 76% to 79%. When you look at the meets portion of things, we went from 48% to 49%. This is what I was talking about earlier, where we want to take these numbers and we want to grow every year. And so we've done that on those first two. The bottom one, which is our masters, we went from 22 to 18. The thing on this, though, is that is an area when Jason and I go out and we meet with campuses and PLCs, we go over the dashboard. These are the types of things that we bring to attention to say, hey, let's look at this. We don't want to forget about the others, but this is a hot spot that we want to pay attention to. And so our balanced scorecard also helps us in this. And so really what it does is it helps us give us that focused goal. And when we talk to teachers, we always want to say we can grow 3 to 5% each year. That's a realistic goal. All right, this next one is school progress. And there's 3 different areas up here that we're going to look at. And the first one is looking at the top one. We're going to go to that one. This is our maintaining and improving compared to year over year. What does that mean? In the eyes of the state, we get, and this is where the scorecard comes in, that we want every student to grow. The state also grades us on that. So this first one is talking about students that maybe didn't grow, but they didn't go backwards. In the eyes of the state, that is a win. We get 0.5 points for those students. Now, just to kind of give you an indication, to be an A in this area, we want to hit 80%. Well, you can start looking at a lot of these numbers where we're close. Look at English 2 was at 81%. You got grade 5 mathematics was at 72%. Grade 7 reading was at 71%. Grade 8 math was at 79%. You'll also look at these, there's a lot of areas that we're leading the state and the region. Of course, there's some of those that are those pockets that we want to look at and maybe improve a little bit in. This next one we're going to look at, and you'll notice when I click on this, it will change everything below that. There wasn't a comparison or wasn't this data in 2022, but this is accelerated learning. The state recognized if we had a student that was do not meets in 2022, if they got approaches or higher in 2023, the state gave us 1.25 points for those students. And I'll give you a celebration for that. We had teachers calculate their own students, and we had a teacher raise their hand and go, hey, I'm at 108%. How is that possible? Because she got her do not meets kids to grow, and that actually adds up. And so you can see, again, these went from do not meets to approaches or higher. Our last one on this page when we're talking about growth is our annual growth. And so this is where our kids bump up a performance level. So let's say I was approaches in 2022, but I got meets in 2023. What that means is in the eyes of the state, I grew and I get a point for that. I could go from meets to masters and get a point. I always get asked the question, well, what happens when a kid is at masters because now they've reached the top? What it means is they have to stay masters. They can't go up from there, but they can stay the same. And so you can look at those percentages by subject and by grade level, and we're competing in every one of those areas. So this is growth. This would be domain 2 of our accountability. Our next one is kindergarten readiness. And so this first part up here will talk to you about what does that mean. It means that the commissioner gives a list of assessments that we can give kinder students to determine if they're kinder ready. And so these numbers down here break it down into 4 different areas. And you can see a comparison from 21 to 22 to 22 to 23. What you'll see is students who are not eligible to attend pre-K. That means 52% of those students that were not eligible to attend pre-K are kinder ready based off an assessment that was given to them. If you look at the next one, eligible students who did not attend pre-K, this is where we look at it and go how important it is for those students who are eligible to make sure that they're attending pre-K. So that number drops down, but we're still above the state and the region at 31.8%. Then you have your eligible students who attended pre-K. Look at the difference between that, the ones who did and didn't. There's a big difference in that. We're right in line with the state and the region at 54%, and then total overall assessed was at that 48% range. Our next slide is our graduation programs. And so I'll kind of break this down a little bit. We've also put some definitions up here to help you. This can get confusing at times. This first one right here, what that means is students graduated with 26 credits. You've probably heard 4 by 4 by 4 by 4 before. Your 4 English, your 4 math, your 4 science, and your 4 social studies. The difference between this one and this one, let me get my mouse, right here, is they still have 4 by 4 by 4 by 4. The difference is the math class. And so this distinguished level of achievement, these students took Algebra 2. Down here below that, they took a math class. They had a 4th math class. It was just not Algebra 2. When you take these two, so this top one and this third one right here, this gives an overall of those students that graduated on a 4 by 4. Doesn't take away from this middle group that also got a diploma. They just did a 4 by 4 by 3 by 3. And so that's the difference in that. This next part down here is student groups. It's not overall as a district. This is just based off graduates. And I have to tell you, and I didn't tell you this in the beginning, this is a lagging indicator. This is where taper can get confusing sometimes. Some of it is last year's data. Some of it is year before's data. So this is truly 2022 kids that graduated that year. It wasn't our kids that graduated in 2023. So this just breaks down. On this side is the district. This side is the state, and it breaks down all our student populations. If your eyes don't look at graphs as well, we made a table over here so you can see us side by side. So Hispanic population in the district is 36%, but within the state it's 52%. The white population in the district is 44%, and within the state it's 28%. African Americans 15 and 12, and then you have the rest of them right there. Then we have our graduation profile by student group. And so the first one is at risk. There's 15 indicators on that. I know some of you have had questions for me in the past, so I actually put a link over here that if you want to see the exact 15 indicators there, that you can click on that. So we're at 49%, and the state is at 43%. Economically disadvantaged students, and so that's that free and reduced lunch application. We're at 36 versus 53. CTE completers, you see that we're beating the state in that area. You have your special education graduates right in line with the 10% and 9%, and your emergent bilingual, which the big discrepancy in this is right up here based off our population compared to the state. So that's why there's a difference in that. All right, next one is our dropout graduation rate. And so this top part categorizes it into 2 years. And so you see 21 and 22, but you don't see 23. So this is also a lagging indicator. And so you can see overall when we look at this compared to the region and we compare it to the state, and y'all, at any time you want to hover over any of these bars, it will give you more information about if there's more information that you want to see. And that'll, we'll do that in a little bit. That actually gives us some numbers. But you can see our dropout rate compared to those other two is really low. So we're only at a 1%. So it breaks it 9 through 12 up here, then it's 7 through 8. That 7 through 8 says a 0.1. What that probably means is there's a student that maybe went back to Mexico or another country that they came from and we lost track of them. So 0.1, we're probably talking about one student. The state recognizes graduation rates, and I've put definitions there, as longitudinal graduation rates. You have 4-year, 5-year, and 6-year. So if I'm in a cohort starting this year as a freshman, I should graduate with my cohort in 4 years. Sometimes that doesn't happen for unforeseen reasons, or maybe a student just doesn't get enough credits, but the state still gives us credit for that student in that 5th year group is what it amounts to. And so when you click on this, this is interactive. You can look at 4-year and see how we did. You can come up here and click on 5th year and see how we did. And you can click on the 6th year and see how we did. And again, the eyes of the state, we get to take the higher of the 3. And I can tell you the highest one was that 5th year, and it was 96.9%. And so you can see here, if I go back to the 5th year, you can see how much above we are from the state and the region on our students that are graduating. Attendance rates is the last one. This is a lagging indicator. So you have 21 to 22 data. We're still looking at some of this data that is, thank you COVID for doing some of this to us. But what we see, the big discrepancy is our attendance rates are right in line, if not better than the state and region. What we noticed in this data, though, was chronic absenteeism. And so that's not just us, that's across the state and also across the region, that we're still trying to get out of that COVID part and get kids in school. So there is a little increase in that from 1 year to the next. Next is student information. At any time, you can also make this bigger because it's really small for my eyes right now, even with my glasses. You can use a pinch pad on these. You can hit Control and make it bigger, which is much better for my eyes now. And so we have it by grade level. And I know we looked at this and we were going to put it in order from 1st grade all the way down to 12th grade. Power BI is a great program, but sometimes it doesn't do what we want it to do. So it left it this way. But what I can tell you is this 9th grade group, and also this is one of those confusing parts again. This is as of snapshot October 28th, 2022. So this is when we had 10,778 students. So we all know that's grown since now. So at that time when this is done, and if you take your mouse and you hover over that, it will tell you that that 9th grade class was 1,024. If I hover over this next one, which was our 10th grade class, it was 897. And you can continue to go down that. So it gives a percentage of our overall population, but if you hover over those, it will also give you the actual numbers. On the right-hand side is by ethnicity. So this is what I also talked about a little bit earlier. I gave you part of these percentage with our graduates. But overall for our student population, Hispanic is at 53%, WISD is at 35%. Then our white population here is at 25% for the state, 26, and then we're at 42. African American, 12.8. versus the 17.6. You'll also notice on this page there's no regional statistics, so this is only comparing the state to the region. So back over here by population, this just breaks everything down by, we have our economically disadvantaged students, again, free and reduced lunch applications. So we're about at that 50% mark compared to the state, which is at 62%. Then the next one is our at-risk population. There are 15 indicators. These are our students that meet one of those indicators that might mean that they have a tendency to potentially drop out. We're still lower than the state, 47% based off 53. Breaks down our EBs. We are lower than the state on that. That's by student population. 504 students, our dyslexia students, military connected, and then it breaks down a lot more things right there that gets pretty small. By program, so our bilingual education, again, there's a big discrepancy between us and the state because we look different than the state. Special education, we have a higher population at 16.7 versus the 12.7, and our GT population is exactly what the state is at 8.2. Then we have class size, and so you'll see that our class sizes are at or lower than the state. And so for every grade level, it lists them up there, again, by class size and by grade level.
Tilburn?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
When you do the class size, is that the average or is that?
I believe it's the average.
Okay, so that average is in the special ed and all the other things. Okay, thank you.
All right, next is CCMR, College and Career and Military Readiness. And so when our students graduate, we want them to meet one of these criteria. What you'll notice in some of this is we are higher in some areas than the other. And so basically, this is one of the things that the state changed on us. So beforehand, if you were at 64%, that equaled an A. The state came in and said, just kidding, we're changing this to 88% to get an A. And so that's a big discrepancy from 64% to 88%. This is a lagging indicator, so it doesn't show 2023 graduates. But overall, when you look at this, both years we were sitting at an A, okay? The TSI-A2, and so this is a college readiness exam for both math and reading language arts. And so it breaks it down, you can see in different areas. This top part is math. We have English language arts, and we have also our English. And so our students that take this test, what it basically tells us is they are college ready. And so we do give this test to a lot of our kiddos. And we're looking at areas where we can best support kids and best fit kids. So what I will show you down here is when we move to different indicators, it breaks it down by AP, industry-based certifications. We have associate's degree, and actually I should start back up here. Our AP, that's not something that we're scoring really high in, but we're also getting better every year in that. But if look at this next one, is our industry-based certifications. We're knocking it out of the park and beating both the state and the region significantly. The next one below that is associate's degree. So you can see we're at 10%, and the state and the region is much lower than that. Our dual credit, we're around that 28% mark, where the state and the region is a lot lower. So sometimes when you go, hey, we're lower in one area, well, we're knocking out of the park in another area, and they're all going for the same thing in this. So we also have students that completed an IEP. These are our SPED students that got an advanced diploma, and these are our level 1 and level 2 certificates. Our AP results, we do not have IB, but it breaks it down into several categories here. So this first part here is all of them combined. And so you have a participation percentage, and then you have an overall, how are we doing? And so this is based off, AP scores are a 1 to 5. So what the state does is they recognize a 3 or higher on this. The next level is our English language arts, our math, our science, and our social studies. What you're going to see in each one of these is our participation is not as high in the state of the region, but our students that are taking these AP exams, they typically score higher than the state and the region. And then this bottom part is what we call institution of higher education. The problem with this piece right here is it's only for state-supported schools in Texas. So it doesn't account for any student that goes to school out of state. It also does not account any student that goes to a private institution in the state of Texas. And so you can see we're pretty much in line, maybe falling behind just a little bit, but for the most part, we're right in line with the region and the state. It also tells us too, when we look at some of these industry-based certifications, so when a student graduates, they're college or career ready. So what this tells me a lot of times is a lot of our students, if they want to go that route, they are career ready and have certifications ready to go out in the workforce. Next one is SAT and ACT. So again, another lagging indicator from 2021 to 21-22. What this tells us is this is a combination of SAT and ACT. So what this gives us percentage of is students who either scored a 480 in SAT or a 19 in ACT. So what you'll see is just like the others, our students that are taking SAT or ACT are really knocking it out of the park, but we're still working on getting more of our students to take those exams. We do offer ACT and SAT school day that students can sign up, and they actually can do that for free. So we're in the process of signing those students up right now. Then we have our SAT. You'll notice that it has all subjects. We have English Language Arts on this next one, and then we have math. So again, our students that are taking this, and you can tell we've increased. This is also what I talked about in the beginning. We've increased from one year to the next. Our students are scoring higher than the state and the region. The max score that you can make overall on SAT is 1,600, and what you can make in each one of these categories would be 800. ACT's following along with the same suit. It breaks it down into all subjects. Then you have English Language Arts, math, and science. You can see all these green and how we're performing higher than the state and the region. The max score that you can score on ACT is 36. Then this bottom portion is what we call accelerated testers. These are our students that take 8th grade. They're in 8th grade, but they take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. What it says is the state, and this is a federal requirement, they want these students to take SAT or ACT to fulfill the requirement because they took EOC prior to high school. And then one more. This is just staff information. So we have staff demographics on the left-hand side. Again, if you want to hover over these, it will give you more information. So it breaks it down from the number of females to males that we have, and then demographics from the white, Hispanic, African American breaks all that down. On the right-hand side, this is always an area of celebration within WISD. We have a lot of our experience, or most of our teachers have a plethora of experience within our district. And so we have 11 to 20 years of experience. We're really beating the state on that from 34% to 27%. And overall, that's 256 of our teachers, which if you hover over that right there. We also have our 21 to 30 years of experience within our district. We are at 15.6. The state is at 13.3. So what it tells us is we have a lot of teachers with experience with that as well. And so it breaks it down. If you look at all these from beginning teachers, that this is their very first year, who teachers are that 1 to 5 mark all the way up to that 30 mark. Then this is salary by duty. And so you will see overall, and it has it by years of experience, it breaks it down to teacher salary, paraprofessional salary. It has campus admin. It also has central admin. You'll notice every single one of these is at or above the state region. The only one that we're falling behind a little bit is the central administration part. And then the teachers by highest education, it shows percentage of students with the bachelor's, percentage of student with the master's, and of course the doctorate that breaks that down. And I believe you can click on that too and see the number of students. Experience by duty, and so this is a little bit confusing, but when you look at this top one is, so these top two go hand in hand. The top one means this is overall teachers, how much experience that they have. It might not all be with WISD, but it's how much experience that they have. This next one coincides with the top one, but it shows how much experience they have in WISD. Then the next one below that, same thing. This is principal's overall experience outside the district, including here. This is our principal experience within the district. Same thing for APs. This is overall experience, whether they've just been here or out of district, and this is just within district. And then over to the right-hand side is teachers by program. So this breaks down a percentage of our teachers to regular ed, special ed. You see a little discrepancy there, but remember at the beginning of my presentation, our SPED population is a little bit higher than the state too, so that's going to be a little bit different. Down to career and technical education, your bilingual is always going to look a little bit different because remember we do look a little bit different from the state, and then all the way down to our GT. I told you it was a lot of numbers. So I can entertain any questions, or you may not go, I don't even know what question to ask right now, because that was a lot. That's the look sometimes I get when we go present to teachers and they go, wow, I need to digest that a little bit. So, any questions?
If you identify an area that needs improvement, what's your next steps, or what's our next steps as a district to handle that?
So we sit down and we look at this, we look at the data, and we meet with that department and say, okay, how can we increase this? For example, we want to increase AP. And so that would be something that we would work with Dr. Averett, we would work with Jacob Perry, we would work with Melissa Abity and say, okay, how can we increase this population or the number of students that take in that? Yes, sir.
Well, and also, Mr. McCutcheon, one of the things that we'd look to do now, we would want to incorporate that into our balanced scorecard. What our main areas of concern are, we want to incorporate into our balanced scorecard. I'll give you an example. If you look on here, you saw that our approaches and our meets numbers were higher year over year from 21-22 to 22-23. Where we struggle and where we're below the state and the region is on our master's level performance. You also see that translating to where we can do better on some of our AP scores. So where we found that we've got a real need is to do a better job serving our higher achieving kids, okay? So that's where you talk about what we're doing with accelerated math, accelerated science, with those 6th grade students that we've put in place, where we're challenging kids more with SSEP and some of those kinds of programs that we're putting in place. All that fits together. It's a long game. It's a marathon, not a sprint, but we'll see those results over the long haul.
This is where the data dashboard has helped too, because when we go out and we talk to teachers, we're able to show them that. And it's kind of like, aha, I see what you're talking about now. So they can actually see those numbers up there. Yeah, great question. All right, thank you, board.
I want to just ask this question. I may be wrong, but haven't we, with the establishment of like Dawn's position and able to see more data, haven't we been able to identify more, like as far as advanced academic kids and even special ed kids? So I think that's great. So kudos to everybody for that.
So I'll tell you too, I figured this up over the weekend. We've been to 85 PLCs on campuses to talk to teachers about data. We've also see a trend in how we're looking at data. And so when we look at that, we can see it, it's only going to help these numbers and help us improve. So we're excited about it.
Mrs. Starnader, just to echo, a real celebration of the work that Dawn and Jason have done, but I would point out she has PLCs to go to. Every single campus has those collaborative teams established, so she has a system in which to take the data to teachers, on a regular basis, and that makes a huge difference.
And we're getting to the point it's almost daily. Like now they're getting comfortable with it that they want us back because now they have more questions. So it's been really good. Okay. Thank you.
At this time, are there any individuals that would wish to speak concerning the 2022-2023 Texas Academic Performance Report? Well, once, twice? Okay, we will now close the public hearing portion of the meeting. Moving on to item 9 will be our reports. Under A would be Superintendent's report. Dr. Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. As we do each month, I'll share with you where we ended on January 31st in terms of our enrollment and ADA. Our enrollment was slightly down from 11,058 to 11,042. I don't say that very often here because we're always moving upward. But I will tell you part of that at play is the great job that we're doing at High School of Choice. We are graduating a lot of kids out of our High School of Choice, and that does impact this number. And that's something that Allison pointed out to me. So that's a good side note. You will notice that we saw our ADA, our average daily attendance, move downward to 93.98. I will tell you anecdotally and otherwise, we have been hammered as a district with illness, whether that be staff, students, or their families. And so that has hit us hard, but that certainly goes along with this time of year. I wanted to share with you a couple of celebrations. These are some shots from the Texas Association of School Administrators Midwinter Conference, and just a couple of the ways that we have been telling our story. The session on the left was on Tuesday, January 30th, and that was headed up by Kate Authier, our principal at Wildman STEAM Academy, and also Melissa Abity was heavily involved in that as well. Grateful to Dr. Beneker for coming forward to help us tell our story about choice. And we talked about Wildman, we talked about Marvin, we talked about the things that we're able to offer in terms of what we're doing at Wedgeworth with dual language, extending that up into our junior highs. And we were also able to share about our student space flight experiments programs and all the ways that we're living out our core value of choice. And then on the right-hand side, we worked with VLK Architects, and they offered some sessions during the conference as well. And we were able to tell our story along with VLK about our bond election and the success that we were able to have through that. And got a lot of really good questions from folks and districts who are looking to pass a bond as well. And big kudos there, I'll just say, big kudos to Jenny Bridges. Thank you so much for your hard work on that. Jonathan Aldis and Becky and others were real helpful as well. All right, just want to let you know that we are starting our spring campus rounds tomorrow. Looking very much forward to this. We're doing soup with the soup. We've done hamburgers with Hollingsworth. We've done Let's Taco About It. We kind of rotate through them, but we're back to soup. And so we're going to do soup with the soup starting at Coleman Junior High. I believe we hit Shackelford Elementary on Friday. And I wanted y'all to know what we'll do is we'll give them an overview of things that are happening in the district. And then if you'll notice where it says your feedback, every staff member will be given a card. And they also have the opportunity to just talk. When I go into an elementary lunch, for example, I'll have probably 15 to 20 people at one time. When I go to WHS, I'll have 60 people at one time. When I'm on a junior high campus, I'll have 30 people at one time. But we encourage them to provide feedback at that time, but we also encourage them to write it. Because some people aren't comfortable speaking in front of their peers, and so they can write their feedback, hand it to us. Nisa will be there. Usually a member of our PR team is there as well. But you can see the questions that we ask them. What should we start doing at the campus or district level? What should we stop doing? What do we do well at the campus or district level that we should continue? What should we do more of? How can we better honor and support you? And who's somebody that we should give a shout out to? And we get lots of shout outs for different members of our, whether it be of the campus team or different members of our district team, et cetera. That concludes my superintendent's report.
Any questions for Dr. Hollingsworth? Okay. Move into report B, will be informational bond 2023 construction update. Mr. Mott?
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm going to start forward with your February construction update meeting. So we're going to start with Jimmy Ray as we normally do. I'm going to say it again like I have every time so far. We are on time, on budget. The big thing you're going to see right there is the switchgear is in the building. For all of you know, you sat in many conferences or a day or 2 days of interviews of many general construction agencies, and every one of them told you switchgear is an issue. Well, we have it in the building. It has been installed, and we are working now to try to get it hooked up with Encore and those kind of things. So that is a celebration there. So the building's broke up in 4 different parts in that building. We have an Area A, Area B, Area C, and Area D, as you've probably heard me relate to a little bit. So we're going to I'll stay with that area, so those of you all know. So Area A is mainly considered the cafeteria, the music room, and the storm shelter / gym. Area B is going to be administration, library, and some 5th grade rooms. Area C is going to we're into a lot of educational spaces, and Area D is going to be the final of the educational spaces at the end of the building. So that's going to go from the building, if you're looking at it, from right to left as we go down through that building, so you kind of understand a little bit. So area A, we've started roofing that area. We've done 3 of the 4 areas in that have been completed. Exterior walls are up. We started the AC ductwork, rough plumbing, sprinkler systems, those kind of things inside there. As of today, interior wall there, I say 95%. That area is 100% complete. As of this afternoon, I met with the superintendent out there. So that is a little update there on that. The storm shelter, all the masonry is completed in there, and they're starting the extra things, the ductworks and those kind of things in there that could not be started until you finished all the masonry. And then we have started bricking the high part of the building, and on the ground level we have as well on that in area A. So you'll see some pictures here in a little bit of how things have changed in a quick time out there at that building. Area B, we're on the same kind of things there. You can see ductwork, all those things are going on all throughout the building. Area C is all the erections complete, and we're just starting the interior and exterior walls on those kind of things. We did have our topping out ceremony on January 17th, which was a very successful event out there. So here's your monthly picture updates I can give you. As you can see there on the 29th of December, you can see how we didn't have a lot of steel framing there in that picture. You can see on January 30th, we do have a lot of steel framing and decking and those so forth. So as you can see there in the January 30th picture, you can still see we're missing some steel decking, some things like that out on the building. So let me show you what February 7th looked like. There's all your decking done in 8 days. All the decking has been done. You can see there in that bottom right of that picture, you can see that roof is complete, and they were finalizing it that day actually, just doing a small detail. That is over the cafeteria kitchen area. Actually the kitchen area, not the cafeteria. And at the same time, you can see they've got 1/3 of that roof laid there. On the storm shelter, by the end of that day, they had 2/3 of that roof. That black area you see, all of it was laid by the end of that day. And then now, as of the end of the day Friday, they had the kitchen area, the storm shelter, and then that little low area right below it, they had it all completed. Actually, that was a push to get that area completed by the weekend because we knew we had rain coming in, because that switchgear sits right underneath that roof. So we did not want any leaking in that area, so it was completed. So you can see things do move very fast out there and change greatly. There's just some generalization pictures there. That area one on the left, you can see that is the big top. The smaller peaked area is the area in the cafeteria. It's the high roof area in the cafeteria that'll bring some light through some windows and so forth there. The long one there on the left is the long main corridor going front to back along the library and cafeteria all the way back to the gym. That's that area. And then you can see the picture there of the actual kitchen area being roofed. So here's some pictures of the inside. As you can see, that picture there on your left is that same long corridor from the front of the back of the building. That is just after you enter the building. All those up there on your left are all windows. So it'll bring a lot of natural light into the main area right there as you come into that building. And so it'll be really nice to have, all the natural light that will be in there, really nice look there. The top right there is actually the child nutrition or the kitchen area for that. You can see where all of it is framed. And then there's just a general picture there of the front of the building. That area there on the one on the left is the front door. The area on the right, the big long area, that is actually the cafeteria. There on the left is just some of the ductwork, and that is actually it's 4 of the 5th grade classrooms right there on your right. Those are area B, and that ductwork there is just random throughout the building. The round ducts will be going into the storm shelter. That big black box you see there on the right, that is your switchgear. It's covered up there because we didn't have it that's when I took that picture Friday, but that is an accomplishment to have it in the building. There on your left is the brick wall right above the top of the cafeteria. It goes from the kitchen area to the cafeteria. That's the first area that got bricked on the building. The main reason is because that roofing was going in, and you don't like to brick after roofing, because then you're going to have holes that you're going to have to come back in, and the masons will have to pay for that. It's just a little bit more expense and time constraint. So you try to get your higher brick done as much as you can beforehand. So the area on your right is a mock-up wall. So what a mock-up wall is, that is showing us how we're going to have the brick done, the flashing done, those kind of things. So the part on the far right, the far right column there, the taller part of that is actually what all the columns on the outside of the building will look like. And then the area there on the left side, with the window and each little piece on the side of it, that is what the rest of your building, internal and external, will look any place there's brick or rock. All external will be like that, and then the corridor going down with the library and the cafeteria and all that going from front to back right there will have that brick rock in there. Now, the one thing I will say is, it looks kind of funny there next to the window. You have that little white rock there. That is just a space holder, because they will pull that out to look at the flashing and so forth behind as they're looking at it and making sure the tilers are doing it right in the bricks and things like that. That's just a space holder so they can pull it out. Just like you see the hole down there at the bottom. That is just to be able to look at the things that are going on behind it. Any questions on Jimmy Ray? We'll move on to Wildman Steen. It is on time. It is on budget. When I say on time, I do mean on time from the day we did GMP it. As of today, we are still on time. Now, I had someone ask me on a call yesterday, said, are you tired of the rain? Yes, I am. If I could get about 2.5 weeks of no rain, and I'm including weekends, we could get a lot done that we really need to get done. Then it would change things, but we need that. We did get pushed back a few days because of rain this weekend. We pushed back a couple of days that are going on this week. So it is a kind of hindrance right now out there. We're at that table that we could start losing a day or two, but we'll think they'll make it up. Again, all the city permits done, all the text dots permits have been done. We've actually done all the utility boring out there. Let me phrase that. They're doing text dot boring tomorrow, the next day. It got delayed because of the weather, but they're supposed to be doing the Encore is going to be boring underneath to bring our main power across from the WHS side to our side. You're seeing grade beams have been poured, and A, B, C, all the grade beams there that have been poured now as the last week. We have poured slabs. I told you last month we planned to pour 2 slabs in January. We didn't make it. I'll be honest with you, we didn't make it. We poured 1 slab in January, our second pour February 1st. We missed it by a day. But I'll be honest with you, we didn't make it, but we tried. But we have since then, we've poured 2 already. We hope to pour another one maybe next week. But we are having Wednesday night, Tuesday night, tomorrow night, we'll be pouring our first paving area, 600 yards of paving. So it'll be a long day. Start at 2 o'clock, we'll finish about 6. It'll be a long day of pouring concrete and those kind of things. It'll be the first part of that we're going to have to be able to go vertical. We cannot do any vertical at all until we have a fire lane where we can get a fire truck down there, backed up, turned around, and pull out. So that'll be our first on-property pour for it. Then we will pour next week. We're hoping to pour all 3 approaches on the text dot side of the property. So that'll be from Business 287 onto our property. We hope to pour those next week. We're pouring all 3 of those at one time so we can, lack of better terms, control the traffic once instead of doing it 3 different times. We'll pour those and some more paving as well at the same time. All those pours at paving will be somewhere between 450 to 550 yards at least every time we pour. So, I mean, it just takes that much, and that's how they like to do that flat work like that. And then the utility is 95% complete, and the retaining wall is 98% complete. It should be completed by, I believe, Wednesday, Thursday this week. It should be fully completed there. Here's your overall sites. And nice thing about it is when this drone picture was taken, we were actually pouring the first slab, as you can see there in the picture there on the right. You can see how it changed from in that month time frame. So here's a back view of the same slide, the same thing. Now I want to point out one little area back there. We keep talking about retaining wall, retaining wall. You see that area on the back there. That is a retention pond we'll have, or slow down, because we don't want all that area just to wash all the dirt in the road back there. So it'll gather into there and it'll be released. So that is actually made out of it's a double-sided retaining wall. I'll show you a picture of that here in a minute. But that is a monstrosity going in back there, and it is something to see. When this is all said and done, when we tour that facility, it'll be nice when y'all get to go in the back and see, or you see from the top looking into it. It is very, very nice out there. Well, here's the morning of the first pour. Nice sunset coming up, and there's the pour going on right there. First slab we poured. Here's some of the fence that we have on the retaining wall. We've put the fence up because there'll be a lot of work real close to it, and that's the safest way we can keep the employees, the workers and all that from being able to fall off of a retaining wall and stuff like that. Do we know there's a risk at damaging some fence panels? 100%. We already realize that is going to happen. BTC has already said we know that's going to happen. There's going to be a car hits or a truck hits or something, bend something. they'll fix those. But they were worried more about the safety of the employees versus us having to repair a fence panel. So there's that. You can see that there is the retaining wall. You can see how those are doubled there and all that. So it's, like I said, it's 2 sections of that with concrete poured between it. So you got the gravel in it and the gravel in it, and they pour concrete, and that concrete's about 1 foot to 1.5 feet wide going down between it to lock all that together. Any questions on Wyman? We're going to move on to Hancock. Hancock, all the permits have been obtained. Work started January 29th. It's a little slow. Today it really started. We had a lot of dirt moving today. We actually will have our utilities, Circle H will show up tomorrow, and they'll start doing that. They're actually about 2 days ahead of what they told us last week they'd show up. So we're starting to see a lot of progress moving there. The one thing I want to say about that one is it will be, all of our work is scheduled to be completed in March of 2025. We will be doing all the inside renovations this summer. So that building will change internally a lot this summer. The look of, there'll be some painting done, there'll be some flooring done, they'll be doing some on the library. We'll have had basically a total renovation done to it. So there'll be a lot of changes that change when people show up next year. So it'll be a nice thing. Now, the one thing that this is different than we had anywhere else so far, the site safety. We've never so far in this bond had to worry about being at where kids are. So I want y'all to understand, I want everyone to understand is all the workers have been background checked by their companies. They will all be wearing a badge that will have their photo and their company's name on it. And they have been instructed they are not to communicate or discuss or talk with kids or anything like that on there. If anyone has to go in the building, they will be with a BTC employee or myself if they go in the building. They won't go to the front desk and then go in. They will have to be escorted in. So there is a lot of precautions being taken for that reason, so everybody should feel safe at what's going on at that site. So here's a rendering of the...
I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
want to say I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Because in today's world that you have shut it down, and so that...
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. So here's a rendering of the front of that building. So that's the front looking, and there on the right you can see that where it sticks out, that'll be the new part of the building that you'll see that we're adding on, the section there that will wrap around. You can't see on the left, there's actually a band hall that'll be there, but you just can't see it in that rendering, but it'll be there to the left as well. So here's just an overview of how we're starting. Not a lot to show there yet. That'll start being progressed very quickly. Any more questions on Coleman Hancock building? Okay, we'll move to Finley Junior High. We are starting to work with the city to comply with all the different building codes. That building's been changed, and through so many different building codes, you've got to change some things. Some things have gotten changed throughout the years by the district. They decided to remove a door here, remove a door there. We're having to go back and add some fire doors that got removed, things like that. We've been told we're going to have to sprinkler the center of the building, which is not sprinkled anywhere in that building right now. So there's some things we're having to do because to bring it to the correct codes as to what we're doing. We expected that. VLK expected that. Those kind of things would come up. So we're working with them right now on that. We're planning to release all the plans in March to BTC to go out for bidding, as you can see. So then the plan right now is from VLK and from BTC is to have at the May board meeting, we will bring you a GMP for that building to be approved at that May board meeting. Work will start in the summer and it will be completed in August of 2025. Now, with that being said, when I say work starts in summer, understand that's a lot on the front and a lot on the back. So we will probably, I have been told that we will be moving the front door to another location as to how we will get into that building. It has been discussed there as to what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. They're already making plans on how which door they want to use, how they plan to use it. It's very open with the facilities on that and how we're doing that. Any questions there? Howard Junior High. We've had multiple meetings with the staff there. Dr. Avert, Dr. Hollingsworth, myself, VLK, Ryan have all been going on and what's going on there. Every time we've had some tweaks come back, hey, let's try this, let's try that. We've had a few things that said we can't do that. We've only got so much money. We're trying to spread that money the best we can and what's best for the campus that we can do right now. And so trying to get most of it. We won't get all of it, we know, but we're getting as much as we can with that. We're meeting with the different departments, such as fine arts, those kind of things, talking to them, asking them what they like and don't like of what we're looking at there. So that one we plan to bring in July. I can't guarantee, I don't think it will be the July board meeting. I think they're talking about we may try to call a special board meeting. I can't guarantee that just yet. We're going to try our best to get it to the regular general board meeting. That work will start in fall of 24. It will be completed again by August of 25. Any questions there on that one? And then we go to Waxahachie Creek High School. The thing for me to tell you is that is in process. We have working with the designing the building, working with the designing the different programs that are going in that building and how that's going on. There's been a lot of great strides made. Big strides were made last week and some changes and some moving forward on that building. I think you're really going to like what they're coming up with on that building. I really do. So we're going to move on to Prop C. I'm going to show you a little bit there is we had a budget of $60 million. There's a couple of $1 million there that's on the for child nutrition. We haven't even started that, looking at that at some refrigerator, freezers, those kind of things. We're trying to get some other things through there. But the main budget we're showing you is $58,533,000 and some change there. And it's a total of 416 different line items to make that up. So we have completed 76 line items that we've paid out $6 million. It's about 18% of the work has been done so far. We have a projected savings for things that we've also PO'd already, but we haven't finished the work. Air conditioning, playgrounds, those kind of things. They're long lead times items, some door handles, long lead items that we have projected out. We're looking at with those as well, we're looking at about a $6 million spending there with some more savings on that. So that's about 7% more of the business. So right now, with what we've paid on that, we have a $6 million savings, almost $7 million savings. So we're going out and doing our best to spend that money correctly, save all we can to stretch that $58 million as far as we can stretch it. We have priority and priority 1 and priority 2 on there that we said we would do. We're going to do those items. Then we're going to go back, Ryan, Andy, and the principals will go back and say, what's next? What do y'all want next? And priority 3, priority 4, things that have come up between now and then that we're looking at. So those are things we're trying to make sure we're spending the money correctly to get the best we can done for this out of this bond. So what you'll see right now we've got going on, Clift Elementary is their new playground in Wedgeworth. So Clift's I have some pictures of it. It's been put in. They're letting it all dry before they put the cover on and start doing the turf. Wedgeworth will start next week. The only really picture I have is that one right there, and that's of Cliff's new playground, of concreting it last week, and then the shade protection, and then they're letting it dry, everything dry till late this week. Rain kind of also helped us push it out a little bit. So letting it dry through this week, and then they'll put the shade protection on and start doing the turf protection, all that. And this group will be moving over to Wedgeworth next week. Anybody have any questions?
Anything for Mr. Mott? Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Next item will be under reports under item C, informational report on WISD's balanced scorecard priority 1.1, 1.3, and House Bill 3 addendum.
Good evening, Board. I'm going to get us started with our balanced scorecard report, then I'm going to quickly turn it over to Dr. Beneker and Mrs. Beneker for their parts of it. But this is our report on priority 1.1 and 1.3 of priority 1 of our scorecard. Priority 1, as you remember, our number 1 priority is student growth. Our number 1 goal is for every student to grow every year in the 4 core. And so I'm going to let Dr. Beneker talk about some of the things we've done, our key strategic actions, and where we are in that piece. And then we're going to move over, as appropriate as it is for this month being CTE month, talk about where we are in 1.3, which is our goal for students to earn a CCMR designation before they graduate from high school.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth, thank you very much. So tonight I wanted to go through our priority 1. We report on this every couple of months. So we'll start off there with our measures of academic progress. So one of the areas that we're looking at across the district, Ms. Hilburn just presented on the data, looking at the taper and looking at our scores. We use a comprehensive approach to test our students to see where they're performing and how we can improve that performance. So a question was asked earlier, what do we do with data once we see something? This is one of the things we do. And so we come back, we work with our staff, we go back into the classrooms, we work in PLCs, and we take that data and we make sure that we're doing targeted improvements or targeting intervention to work with our kids and make sure we can get them where we want them to be. One of the areas we made a big shift last fall was to look at our adopted resources and make sure we're using the district-approved resources. You've heard us talk about high-quality instructional materials, and this is something that we've had a great focus on here in the district in the last several months, dating back to last September. And so it's something that we see when we're walking into classrooms. And so I can't give you a data point of this, but I can tell you that every time Mrs. Mott, Dr. Averett, the principals are walking into classrooms, that's one of the things that we're seeing, and we see it daily when we're in these classrooms. We've been in a lot of classrooms the last several months. Happy to report back that I'm seeing our district resources being used in those classrooms. And so we've aligned the instruction in the classrooms with the lesson plans that are being provided to teachers to our adopted resources, and it's something that we see every time we're in those classrooms. Absolutely.
And one of the things that I want to talk, not only are we seeing it when we go into a classroom, but Ms. Mott and I both go to multiple campuses, sometimes multiple campuses one week, and when I go from junior high to junior high to junior high, number one, I have the ability to pull up where the district unit learning plans are, where we're supposed to be, and I can see from 6th grade classroom at Coleman to Findlay to Howard, within a day, those teachers are on the same place. So that is really refreshing, and it's really great to see.
Thank you. So Ms. Holborn talked about going to the PLC. She said she's been to 80 PLCs, and one of the things that she does in these PLCs is to sit with the teachers and sit with the campus administration and look at the data. So through the creation and use of her dashboards, there is a ton of information that they can look at and really get down to individual student level to see how kids are performing on our local assessments as well as our district assessments that we have the students taking. We have a weekly check-in with our principals. We have an elementary call at 8 o'clock on Monday mornings, and then the secondary call is at 9 o'clock. I get to sit on both of those calls, so I get to talk to all the principals and find out what's happening in the classroom and find out ways that we can support them. One of the things that we're doing in there that we've had a big focus on, again, this week is making sure that our principals are getting into the PLCs and seeing how they can support their teachers, and then bridging that gap between those departments and my department to see how we can come and support the teachers as well. All right. Priority 1.3 is every graduate is college, career, or military ready, and that our CCMR numbers increase year over year. So Melissa Abity, the Director of Advanced Academics, and her team, with the guidance and feedback from their program advisory committee, have come together taking teachers, administrators, counselors, students, parents, and community members to put together this framework, and I believe you've got a copy of this in your binders tonight. There's also a link to this that I can share with you, and this is posted on the WISD website. So they really looked at all of the advanced academic pathways that we have here in the district, and this is a question that came up earlier as well, is making sure that we've got pathways where we can identify students to go into these advanced academic courses and these advanced pathways. There's a lot of information about the state testing that's required for students to go into a college career pathway, and so this information is all linked in here as well as the performance acknowledgments and the distinguished level of achievement, which was a graduation measure which she spoke about earlier this evening. So we just had the Guide to the Tribe event at WHS. I saw a few of you there. We also had an event at our junior highs for our 5th to 6th grade students. So one of the areas that we've really had a great focus in the last couple of years is making sure that we're presenting all this information so the incoming parents at those junior highs and high schools have everything in front of them they need to make an informed decision. And this is another area where we can really target students and make sure that we're getting them signed up in the correct courses. We've also partnered with Region 10 this year for an effective advising framework, and we're really looking at that 4th through 12th grade pathway to make sure we're academically advising our kids to get them into the right courses that they need to get into. Yes, sir.
Dr. Beneker, I just want to add for the board that 5th to 6th grade parent information is a really good example where Ginger Robinson, our principals, Dr. Beneker worked really hard to make sure we were giving very consistent information to our 5th grade parents going into 6th grade. That really was kind of up to the campus in the past. And we've cleaned that up so that everybody's getting a consistent message that encourages kids to take hard stuff, for example. We've got a lot of classes that kids wouldn't take just because they'd say, oh, I heard Debbie said that was hard, so I'm not going to take that class. And so we've told parents, hey, there's a lot of benefit to taking hard stuff as 6th graders so you're ready for dual credit, so you're ready for AP when you get to the high school level.
So last spring, we went through a lot of our data. We looked at STAR data, we looked at our MAP data, and we tried to hone in and find a student group that we could put into an accelerated and a telescoping pathway. And so last year we hosted a number of informational sessions at some of our elementary schools. We hosted a meeting over in the TLI department, and we invited parents to come in and learn more about the telescoping pathway at the elementary level. And so what that is students can come in during the summer, and if I'm a first grade student that performs really well in math or in reading, they can take a test and get credit for first grade math. And then when they're sitting in first grade, they'll actually go next door to the second grade teacher's math class. Or, same thing in third grade. I can go to the fourth grade class if I'm in that telescoping pathway. So we piloted the program this year, and we're excited to expand that to all 10 elementary schools next year. We have the accelerated pathway where we have a cohort of students right now that are in sixth grade science or sixth grade math, and they're getting high school credit while they're in sixth grade. So we actually have a cohort of students that is in Missy Domini's class at WHS, and then we've got a cohort of students that is at Coleman Junior High as well. So those students are taking IPC as sixth graders right now, and they'll finish with biology when they're in the eighth grade. And our math class right now, they're doing a very accelerated 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math class right now. They'll move into Algebra 1 next year, and then geometry as 8th grade students. A lot of our numbers are showing this as well. So our GT population has slightly increased. We're very close to where the state is in that number right there. We've worked with the dual language team too to make sure that we're targeting, we're finding the right students, and we're a very thorough screening process to make sure that we're sharing information with all the families to make sure they are able to participate in these programs. We've done a lot of work with the advanced academic teachers on all of our campuses. They did a book study, it's called All 4s and 5s, and really stressed the importance of getting your students to perform at that level on the test. A 3, 4, or 5 gets students college credit, and we want our teachers to focus on the 4s and 5s, and so they gifted that book to all those teachers and led them through a book study this year. They've also met with each of those teachers and gone to their campuses and just really found ways that they can help make things better for those teachers and then provide training opportunities for them as well.
On to 1.3b, where we talk more about the career success for students. So this year, as they've just said, we did Guided the Tribe at the high school. Global has also had their 8th grade nights. Our CCMR coordinators and our CTE coordinators went to all of the junior highs where the 8th graders did interest inventories. And so those students got to do like a little assessment to see like, hey, this is what I would be good at. This is what I want to do with my life. And so they started with that and then went into Guided the Tribe. These students this week, in fact, tonight was the last night for the parent meeting at the junior highs. This week they'll be at Findlay registering students for their high school courses. That's really important for us in career and technical education because now the CCMR indicator is tied to those students finishing their program of study. They don't just have to get the certification, they've got to also complete that course sequence. And so working with the counselors in that way has been vital for us. Also, our Waxahachie ISD CT administration, we're working with TSTC and Tarleton State University, as well as Navarro and University of Texas for additional dual credit opportunities. And then last, this is not so much me, but in partnership with Ms. Heimbach, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, so we've also been working with Region 10. We've had a Region 10 training with our counseling staff, as long as our diagnosticians, to make sure that when we have students, special education students, that when they graduate and fulfill their IEP, that we have the correct coding in their graduation code, because that is also a CCMR indicator for those students as well. And so, part of it is we got to make sure we have the right codes and the right I's dotted and T's crossed in this process. And I think we have a team approach with this, with our CCMR, our college career coordinators at the high school and at Global, our special ed staff, our DIAGs, our counselors, Ms. Treat, and our principals all working together at the same time to pull on this rope together. So, and this was a big part of it.
Thank you. And then, of course, our industry partnerships within the community are so important to us. This last week, we had our Industry Leadership Council meeting for the spring. We'll have another one coming up in April, but what we did is we discussed the community needs based on industry needs. So we looked at trends, growth, and just needs from our local community organizations.
All right, and so I think we've talked about this several times, but we're going to keep talking about it because it's exciting to us. We're adding a new program to WISD, Waxahachie High School. We've been approved to start an Enable JROTC, NNDCC program at this point, which is the precursor to NJROTC. We had our first meeting with parents and interested students at our Guide to the Tribe event at WHS. We had a separate meeting in the lecture hall. We were very excited with the number of folks that showed up and had interest in that. One of the things that we noticed is we have so many kids that want to do so many things, and a lot of the questions we got from the audience were, can my child be in athletics and ROTC? Absolutely. Can my child take welding and ROTC? Absolutely. And so we had a gentleman that is it's a current teacher in another district was there to help present. We also had the Master Chief from Red Oak ISD along with one of her students that came and spoke to our students about the benefits of NJROTC for them and the scholarship. She's earned an ROTC scholarship will basically pay for wherever she wants to go to school when she leaves high school. So again, we're really excited about this opportunity for kids and another way to connect kids to our school. And coming up in March, we will have a Priority 2 report. Mrs. Burkhalter will drive that train with honoring and supporting our staff.
These are tied together, so I'm just going to go on. So House Bill 3 is our early childhood and CCMR. This is a balanced scorecard addendum, so Dr. Avit's passing this out to you right now. In keeping with the state's 60 by 30 Texas goal, the School Finance Commission recommended that each public school be required to establish locally developed board goals and annually report their progress publicly. So we'll do that tonight. To give you a refresher of 60 by 30, I know in a meeting recently, you went through this presentation, so this is something that's familiar with you, and the goal of this is to have at least 60% of Texans between the age of 25 and 34 with a certificate or degree. So for us to work towards that, we've got a number of things that are in place here. And so we're setting some goals this evening regarding early childhood literacy, mathematics proficiency, and then college, career, and military readiness. So again, Ms. Hilburn went through a lot of these numbers with you earlier tonight. When we break down each of these groups here, the early childhood reading, we're really focusing on the pre-K through third grade level right there, and that's where our kids are learning to read. Early childhood math, same thing, that pre-K through third grade foundational skills, and then college, career, and military readiness is the number of areas where students are able to attain that certification, the dual credit, all the pathways that were mentioned, and looking at the number of students, I'm gonna talk about certifications for a second. It was about 7 certifications a year before I came to the district. So to hear that it's at 808 right now, industry certifications, is a huge improvement. So great work on that CTE team over there. So for early childhood literacy, the most recent data that Ms. Hilburn presented to you tonight, we are at about 51% for our third grade students that are hitting the MEETS achievement level on that STAR exam. So setting the goals with a 3 to 5% increase year over year, if we've mapped out these goals for the next 5 years, our target is to be at 66% by June 2028. So I want to remind you too, she talked about the approaches, meets, and master's level, and our goal as a district for us to be an A is to have 90% of our kids at the approaches level, 60% at meets, and 30% at that master's level. So this puts us in line to get to that point. This is our early childhood math. We're at about 46% at this meets level. Our goal is to be at 62% by the year 2028. And then CCMR, so 65% was the most recent information. That's a lagging indicator. Our goal for the current students is actually a little bit higher than this, but our goal for the students that have already graduated is set at 73%. I think our number right now that we're sitting at is at about 67 to 72% of our current students have already met their CCMR indicators. So we are very much on target to meet the goal for this year. And so to get an A in this criteria right now, the score has changed to an 88 is what equals an A. So we hope to be at that much sooner than our 2028 target right there. But these are the goals we've set, and I've given you the information broken down by student population in front of you as well. Are there any questions on any of those goals?
Board, I would add that you'll recall this was born out of our workshop we did in November with Kim Caston. And at that workshop, she talked about how we needed to add this as an addendum to meet that House Bill 3 requirement. And so that's what you have before you.
And in our balanced scorecard, we have added these goals as an addition to the long-term desired outcomes. So on that far right column of our scorecard, The early literacy math early literacy and math foundational skills is in the 1.1 area, and then the CCMR goal is attached to the 1.3 area in the balanced scorecard.
Any questions? Comments? No, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
All right, last report of the night will be our informational report on the recent quarterly demographic update.
For this evening, we have Trent Smith with Zonda Education to give us our most recent quarterly demographic update.
Good evening, President Altree, members of the board, Dr. Hollingsworth. Great to be here this night. I'm going to go through the third quarter data that we provide for you guys, and then we'll talk briefly also. We have some slides to go over on the boundaries as well, so we'll jump right in. I think we will. Well, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to go pretty quickly through a lot of this information tonight. So if you have a question, please chime in or let me know at the end. This is just a look at the history of the last 5 years of enrollment. The part in the middle is where we projected you to be this year. You're about 100 students below where we projected, so we're right under that 1% mark with you guys. The table on the bottom is the cohort growth. So that's basically telling you any number above 1 means that that class grew. So when it moved from second grade to third grade, that it increased. Or when it moved from 5th grade to 6th grade, there was an increase. So you can see it goes all the way outside of kindergarten, goes all the way up to high school before you start seeing any of those negative cohorts. So you're basically means you're growing at almost every single level as you move forward. Kindergarten was a little bit low this year, and we're starting to see a little bit of that across the state. Unemployment remains pretty steady across the state of Texas, and you can see Ellis County is actually down up a little bit, 3.6, still under 4%. Anything under 5% is considered full employment. When you look at how the housing market has reacted over the last several years, and especially over the last 12 months, you can see that the interest rates and that supply chain has made a big difference in kind of how things have gone. You can see back in 2021, we had a tremendous amount of houses being built, and then we kind of started slowing down once we had some supply chain issues. Those houses were taking longer to build, and that's kind of where you get that gap between the starts and the closes. And then when you hit those interest rates, you start to see those starts come down as these builders reacted to that. And then you can see how the closings have really maintained that steady growth all the way through, and we continue to see those. And that's that number where the starts are down below is now going to start heading back up to where we're hoping to get back to that more, where your starts and closes are following each other much closer. This is just a heat map of where the building is happening across the DFW market. So this is showing anywhere in that red area is where the highest number of units are being built right now. And you can see Waxahachie's in that kind of yellow with some red in it as well. And so definitely a tremendous amount of building going on all across the Metroplex, but starting to see more and more of that head down towards the south. Right now, you guys are 32nd in the district, in the DFW market as far as where you are relating to how many closes have been in the last 12 months. What I want you to notice, though, is you've got 476 annual closings. You've got 424 in inventory. That's your under construction, finished vacant, and model homes. But you have 2,190 vacant developed lots. And so basically, you've got the horses at the starting gate, if you will. So you've got a tremendous amount of vacant developed lots, plus almost 20,000 futures out there. And so there's lots and lots of opportunity to grow very quickly in the next few months, in the next year. And so you can see, though, that there has been some slowdowns. And so we're looking at, you've got 450 starts in 2023 in the first 3 quarters. which is not too bad compared to last year, 571. But at the closes, you can see we're way behind. You had 1,000 in 2022, and through the first 3 quarters of 2023, we're down to 318. And so we are watching that to see how that's going to affect. And the fourth quarter numbers have just come out. I haven't really had a chance to really digest those through, but I think that we're talking about something very similar to what we saw in the third quarter. So this is looking at where the activity lies within the district. And anything in yellow, that's the top performing category in that particular school zone. And so this is ranked by your elementary zones. And right now you can see the most annual starts and most quarter starts has been in Clift Elementary School zone. And then they're second in closes. But in Simpson, you had second in starts, but only by 2. So it was 177 to 175. But you can see in the third quarter, though, that those starts were down to 37 in Simpson, where they were 116 in Clift. But they were where your total number of 181 total closes in that particular zone. And that, that was your most active zone in that, as far as closes go, in that last 12 months, ending in the third quarter. But again, you've got those 2,200 vacant lots out there that are, really where we're going to start seeing some things. And the reason I even say that is because you can see in the next slide, this is our overview map. All that yellow space that you see, that bright yellow, those are all future developments. And so lots and lots of future lots out there to be developed. If they're outlined in red, that means there's groundwork underway. And so that means they're turning dirt from raw land into vacant developed lots. And so I do want to point out that last bullet there. You've got 1,400 lots under development, plus another 2,200. And so you've got almost 2,600 total lots, that are in the pipeline for the next 24 months. So you guys are in great shape for that to really, once we start kind of stabilize what's going to happen with the interest rates, we do expect those to kind of maybe start to come down into the maybe 5s, 5.5s by the time we get to the end of the summer. So here's a couple of the slides that on some of the more active areas. This is Bridgewater, which is on the far north side of the district. And you can see there's activity both in Midlothian ISD and Waxahachie ISD. So that was a satellite image from September of 2023, showing you where that activity lies. The next one is Saddlebrook, 1,770 total lots there. And again, you can see the picture on the left is, our satellite imagery, our big picture stuff, almost closer to like Google Maps or something like that. But then our satellite imagery shows you that far northeast section of Phase 3, all those lots are now getting on the ground, and they're putting streets down back in October. Another thing that's, looking at overall multifamily market within DFW, you can see that, effective rent has kind of leveled off, and, overall occupancy is down a little bit as, as those interest rates have leveled off. That's allowed more people to kind of come in and know what they're getting into when they start looking for single-family homes. We do have some activity in the district as far as multifamilies go. Right now, you've got about 3,800 future units out there, and about 600 units that are, including 175, that have recently been completed in the last 12 months, with another 430 units that are under construction right now. And so there are multifamily units coming into the district, and we are following those and looking at kind of what the overall yield is going to be as we move forward with those particular areas. So looking at newcomer leavers, I love this chart. This is newcomers. Anytime that newcomer, the green side is above the purple side, that means you had more students, new students come into the district than you had students leave. And so a new student is any new student ID that was not in the district last year, but is not a kindergartner, right? Because all the kindergartners are new. And then a leaver is any student ID that was in the district last year, but is not in the district this year, and was not a graduating senior. And so we're kind of comparing, mobility here of how many new students have moved into the district after kindergarten, and how many students have moved out of the district after they've started here as well. But you can see you guys are, have been green the last 8 years in a row. So we do look at, when we're looking at kindergarten numbers, we do look at how many births are happening in the district. And you can see that we're expecting you to be pretty close along where you've been. You've got a great, strong correlation of what's going on with the birth rate versus how many kindergartners you're actually pulling in. And so you're right at pulling in about, 95 to 96% of those school-age children are actually coming into your kindergarten that were born in the district 5 years earlier. So looking at the 10-year forecast, this year you grew about 248 students. Next year we're expecting you to grow 500. I may actually bring that number back a little bit after what we've been seeing with the housing going on, and after I have a chance to digest the fourth quarter numbers. But we are expecting you to grow, obviously with that number of lots, the number of developments that are happening, everything that's pointing to that growth is going to continue. But we do expect that to maybe pull back a little bit for next year, but I haven't really had a chance to go through those numbers yet. We were kind of waiting to see what fourth quarter was going to do. But overall, I don't expect that to do anything but maybe just be a small little speed bump, right? It's not going to, the growth is not going to suddenly shut off. You're still going to be growing at an incredibly fast rate. And so this is just looking at overall, by campus, and I know a lot of this is going to change with the opening of Ray, and so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but you can kind of go through this and look and see, right now at the high school you're getting, and you guys are all, we've just been listening to all the things that are coming down the pipe to kind of correct all this color that's on these, on this particular table. So overall, as far as Waxahachie goes, where you grew 248 students. You do have some declining activity that's happening in the DFW region, and so we are going to continue to look at that and watch how that goes over the next couple of quarters. And things have slowed down definitely as far as the number of closings in the last couple of quarters. So we are going to take a look at that. But you do have, like I mentioned, about 2,600 future lots that are in development right now or already available to build on. And so there's lots of things that are happening, and that, like I said, kind of horses at the at the starting line ready to take off. And so, hopefully we'll see a little bit of help from the interest rates. We'll have to kind of stay tuned and see what happens there. We do expect you to be at about 14,000 students in 28-29 and about 18,600 students by the time you get to 33-34. All right, so I really hustled through that. Any questions for that? All right. Okay. Nope. Sure.
Sorry. The 430, so that describe multifamily units again, are those apartments?
So it's going to be
Can it be
apartments.
any?
Primarily apartments. It could be sometimes, duplexes, depending on how they're put together.
Okay.
And sometimes in recent years, or really in the last couple of years, we've included any single family for rent as well. That's a more and more popular thing that we're seeing on the market. Okay. Any other questions?
Questions? Thank you very much. All right, board, our next item is our consent agenda. It's probably the longest consent agenda I think I've ever seen. We have items A through U.
We almost covered those last.
Almost.
I almost cut the alphabet.
We can take these all in one motion, or if not, let me know which ones you would like to remove.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items A through U.
Motion by Mrs. Starnader. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Timmerman. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, moving into action items. Action item A would be consideration with possible action to order an election of Board of Trustees, places 3, 4, and 5 for Waxahachie Independent School District, and approve the use of the WISD Administration Building for early voting and Marvin Biomedical Academy as an election day polling location. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President, Dr. Hollingsworth, Board. It is that time to approve an order of election for places 3, 4, and 5. We urge approval tonight. Early voting will occur here at the Administration Building. Our election day place will be our traditional place at Marvin Biomedical Academy. It'll be that Saturday. If there's a runoff election in any of the city elections, our school district, we don't have the capacity for runoff, but if there's a runoff election, then Marvin may get called upon to host a runoff in June. But at this time, we urge approval of the order of election with the city, with Ellis County Elections Office.
Questions for Mr. Robinson? Okay, I entertain a motion to approve action item A as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. McCutcheon. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Schofield. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Action item B, consideration to approve the 2024-2025 Waxahachie ISD academic calendar.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. Thank you to my teachers who have been hanging out with us all evening. I appreciate y'all hanging with us as we get to calendar tonight. So, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth, for our summary, the process that we've gone through in developing our academic calendar this year has been very similar to the process we went through for the last 2 years. The first DEIC meeting was on December the 12th. At that time, I presented them with a very basic calendar for next school year. They provided me with a lot of feedback just from the committee. I made adjustments to that particular calendar from their feedback that night and sent that out to them on December the 13th. And then during that time, they went back to their campuses, and between the 13th and January 22nd, they collected feedback, and they got a lot of great feedback. We had charts, we had all sorts of great information, a whole packet that came back to the committee. The committee took all that in on January the 25th, and we went through an activity where we looked for commonalities among the feedback from all the campuses. What things were trending, a later start, an earlier finish, a longer break at Easter. We took all of that feedback in, and we came down to, we had 2 calendars at that time because we were trying to meet all of the needs, all of the feedback the best that we could. So we couldn't get down to one that night, so we sent our DEIC members back to the campus, and we had them get some more feedback. And then on February 1st, we came back as a committee, and we got a calendar narrowed down, and that is the one that we are presenting to you this evening. I have 3 members of the DEIC committee here with us tonight, and they're just going to kind of talk with you about the process, how that we gather that feedback and what that process and those meetings are like. We have Ms. Chambliss from Howard, Ms. Cunningham from Coleman, and Ms. Davis from Wildman. And I'm going to turn the mic over to them a little bit and give you some information about that process. Who's first? All right.
Hi, Board. It was pretty amazing to watch this year's. I've been on this committee a couple of times, and this year just seemed a little more, it seemed different. Just being able to go back and take that invaluable feedback from the teachers and being able to go back to my school and say, hey, your voice was heard, it was acknowledged, and if you weren't there in the room, I know Ms. Straightner was there, but to see Mr. Hollingsworth and Ms. Mott take the calendar and sit down and say, okay, what can we do to make this happen for our teachers? They really want to have students, be able to enjoy Memorial Weekend, and we want Easter that Monday off. And so that was pretty enlightening and pretty amazing to see them kind of come together and let's make this happen. And so it was pretty neat to see that.
Good evening. This was my first time to serve on this committee, and it was really neat to how much we really focused on the feedback from our campuses, our staff, our departments throughout the district. Like, we really combed through the feedback that we received both times and focused on really trying to meet those recommendations that teachers, that employees of the district made. And I think overall that we really came to a great calendar where we were able to really put a lot of those recommendations and feedback into one calendar that will hopefully be, one that everybody likes and enjoys.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I would not have been able to do this process without all the work that Ms. Ma did. I mean, I'm the A in STEAM. I'm an art person, I'm not data, I'm not any of that stuff. And so it was very helpful for me. She does a lot of work preparing us for what we need to do. It was very transparent. It was very, this is my third time. I sat on this committee many moons ago when my daughter was in elementary school. So this is my second year on the DEIC, and I feel like both in the last couple of years, both times, it's just been very easy to come up with decisions. I will tell you that we have a teacher at our school who, this is her second year, and she was blown away that we were even given a voice. That teachers were given a voice, so that's huge. So I appreciate that. I really appreciate the work that she does. I couldn't have done it if she didn't hand it out to us. So anyways, thank you. I think it was a good process.
Our DIC members, I cannot speak highly enough about them, and it's just a wonderful process to go through these meetings. They're fun. They're energizing for me to get to hear from our staff and all the feedback. When we had a packet of feedback that our team went back and got from our campuses, so they just did a great job. Okay, so the calendar that we are presenting tonight, well, if I can get it to go, there it is. I want to walk through some of the highlights of this calendar. So it does have a late return for teachers on August the 5th and students returning on August the 14th. This was from some of the feedback, very common in our feedback that we wanted a later start in August. The pink days that you start seeing there in September, those are what we call our deep dive days, and we coined that from this last January's deep dive days. And those, they're indicated with a 3D for the deep dive days. Those will be a combination of PLC, professional learning, and work days all into one day. So it may be 2 hours of PLC, 3 hours of professional learning, 3 hours of work day, whatever it is, to make that combination into one day. That was also from feedback that Dr. Hollingsworth has collected during his campus rounds. They consistently want more professional learning, and so we tried to incorporate that feedback into this calendar as well. And you see 6 of those pink 3D or deep dive days on our calendar spread out from, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just want to add, if you see that over there on the right-hand side in the color coding, that's the 3D days. Deep dive day, that's a combination of PLC time, professional learning, and work in the classroom. Mm-hmm. And that was a real consistent theme that we'd gotten from teachers, that they love that combination versus having a 6-hour PD day, right. That's what we've done forever. They really liked having the flexibility.
Yes. And then moving into October, our very traditional in the last few years, our homecoming is paired with parent-teacher conferences. And then to make it a little bit of a 4-day weekend there, we did our fair day on that Monday. Let's see here, November, our traditional Thanksgiving, which we always get feedback. We love our traditional Thanksgiving here in Waxahachie. December, we have 10 days off for winter holiday break. And we come back in January with a work day and a professional learning day. Students return on the 8th. March is a traditional spring break, 5 days there. And then April, some of the feedback we got consistently was that they would like to see that 4-day weekend there for Easter. So Good Friday is a bad weather day, which hopefully we'll utilize as a holiday for all. And then Monday after Easter is a holiday for all as well. And that was consistent through the feedback we received. In May, students end on May the 23rd. Feedback from all the campuses indicated they really wanted students to end prior to Memorial Day. And so then teachers would come back after Memorial Day in order to get to their 187 number of days on their contract, and they would have some professional learning and some work days ending there on the 29th. Now, one very important thing to note on this calendar, we were trying to be so responsive with a late start, getting students out before Memorial Day, having that 4-day weekend in April, that the only way to do that and still add in some of those precious days that we need for bad weather, we did add 5 minutes to the student instructional day, not to the teacher work day, but the student instructional day, which netted us 2 days that we were able to bank. So this calendar has 3.3 days baked in, and then of course 1 bad weather day as well. Of course, when you are taking those Fridays off for those deep dive days for students, there is a concern about parents in our community that are working and how do they provide childcare for those days. We have been in communication with the YMCA, and they will be providing full day care on those Fridays, not only for our staff members, at a cost of course, not only for our staff members, but also for any parents in the community that would like to take advantage of that. It's very similar to what Midlothian did when they went to this type of hybrid calendar last year. They provided YMCA, and we have been in communication with YMCA for providing the same thing here in our district. What questions can I answer?
Can you go back and put the calendar back up?
Sure.
Please? Planned graduation day?
So on this calendar right now, the planned graduation day is May 30th for Waxahachie High School and the 29th for Global High School.
So, that gives me a little bit of a heartburn on trying to keep up with graduating seniors for a whole week and expect them to come back for graduation. Gives me a lot, be honest, if you want to know the truth, for various reasons. Is there a reason why we're doing it a week later instead of doing it on the 23rd?
So we needed, in order to back that release date up, like the feedback indicated they wanted it before Memorial Day, in order to get all of our minutes in, we had to go to have school all the way through the 23rd. Typically, we would end on that 22nd, a half day, global graduation that night, Waxahachie High School graduation that Friday. We couldn't get all the minutes in and in before Memorial Day. On one of the calendar versions, we did have students going to school that week after Memorial Day, so that would allow us to get enough minutes in to do that and make that more of a traditional schedule like we've had in the past.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I want to make a comment on the staff development days in the fall. I taught school for 10 years. I get not being in the room with having crammed staff development down here all day long is good because nobody's paying attention after about an hour and a half. That's just the way it works. On Fridays gives me extreme heartburn. Those are the biggest days in our district. That's 1, 2, 3, hopefully 4 in November. Our guys are still playing and our band is still marching. I don't see how it's beneficial at all to track down those programs. If you did it on a Monday, the day before, the week before, something I could see it, but that's a logistical nightmare. As a former coach, I'm telling you, there's no way that's beneficial, in my opinion. And I feel the same way on the graduation as well.
How does our spring break line up with districts around us versus, and also Navarro, Sagu, even, is it UT Tyler that we do?
So, yeah, I talked to,
Turn your mic on.
I did follow up with Navarro College today regarding that. We're pretty much in line with most of the other 38 schools that Navarro services this year. About every 2 years, there seems to be a difference between when the schools take spring break and when the colleges take spring break, and that's related to when they can start their semester and they have to be done with they have these 8-week sessions. And so this year, or excuse me, next year, that happens to be, I believe it is the 17th. through the 21st for Navarro. But when I talked to Navarro today, even though I know Ennis is the only one that's publicized their calendar, and I don't want to speak for the other districts, but because I wouldn't want them speaking for us. But again, like I said, she assured me that pretty much the majority of the 38 schools that Navarro serves will be having their spring break the 10th to the 14th next year. And when I asked that question about, well, how do we manage that as far as our kids and assignments, the vast majority of our teachers that teach dual credit are our teachers. They're our adjuncts, and they're not folks that they embed with us. So that makes it pretty simple for our folks. For the folks that aren't, or if they're in an online class, Navarro assures me that they'll work with those courses to make sure that we don't have anything due, while our kids are on spring break.
And I can attest to the fact, having breakfast with several of our Ellis County superintendent colleagues last week, most of our peers, if not all, are planning on a second week in March date for their spring break. Navarro explained to us that they are bound. I talked to Dr. Fagan as well. He explained to me that they're bound by, they cannot start before a certain date in January. It has something to do with MLK Day. They can't start until that day. They have to have 8 weeks of instruction before they can have spring break, and that's what drives them sometimes to have to go to that third week. But talking to Navarro's officials today, they assured us that they will have no heartburn about working with us because the majority of their districts are in the same boat relative to spring break. Relative to the graduation issue, in my experience as a high school principal for a long time, I will tell you, kids are pretty doggone motivated to come to graduation. Their parents, they're pretty motivated for kids to come to graduation. And as far as kids and their extracurricular activities, if I have a day and a half from the end of school until graduation, I have to be concerned about that. If I have 5 days from the time they are finished with school on the last day of instruction until graduation, I have to be concerned about that. Specifically, Jacob Perry has to be concerned about that. And that just means you have to have really good expectations for kids. And they show up for their graduation practice, and they also show up to graduate. That's a really, really big deal, as you well know, to those families.
I'd like to say thank you to our DEIC for all the hard work, because it's hard. I've been involved with calendars for a long time, and it's a hard thing. You're never going to please everybody. One thing I really like, and I think parents are going to like, is not having that staff development on Wednesday, because I heard a lot of complaints about that. I think parents are going to be a lot happier with them on Friday. I like the way they're split up, so the teachers aren't sitting in the same place all day. I think that's great. So thank you, all members, and for what you did. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Timmerman. They worked very hard.
Ms. Mott, I know it's a give and take, and I know you can't have it all. Were there any alternatives to graduation, doing it sooner?
The alternative, as far as keeping those number of minutes in the calendar, was to have students come back after Memorial Day. And this calendar was really being responsive to the feedback, which was consistently, we want students to finish before Memorial Day. So that is one of the options. Dr. H., did you want to elaborate?
I'll tell you, Mr. Rogers, one thing we could do, I mean, the good news is we have our own venue, and we're in control of it. So we could do it on Saturday, and that would allow us to put a bow on our grades. We could do our WHS graduation on that Saturday. We could keep global on Thursday or Friday, but that's okay. So that's an alternative that we could certainly. That doesn't require anything other than us deciding to do it that way.
When's the last day for seniors?
The last day for seniors on this calendar is Friday, the 23rd.
So same day as everyone else.
Is that a full day, Ms. Mott?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I agree that graduation is important to the majority, but also I know there are kids that want to get on with their lives too, and holding them for lack of a better word, delaying graduate, I think our numbers will be down. I really do.
One thing that has to be considered also is like military assignments coming in.
Yeah.
That pretty fast. I mean, I know we've had kids graduate and then the next day they went to the military. So, seems like a week delay.
The Memorial Day is early next year. You see it there. It is typically closer to the 28th, 29th, and so we are usually in school that week there, but because of the placement of the holiday on next year's calendar, that's why it's kind of throwing it off a little bit. So if you're wondering why, because we have graduated the first week in June at one point. We've had calendars like that, but very typically we graduate that last Friday in May, but just because of where Memorial Day falls this year, it's just kind of a awkward week there.
We've already had some conversation with Mr. Perry about this, but we can absolutely explore and make some decisions very quickly regarding May the 24th as a possible alternative for us to go ahead and allow us to have that graduation.
One thing, of course, also is if we have it on the 30th, I believe the staff will already be dismissed for the year, and well, of course, need all those volunteer teachers to run graduation and also staff. You know,
Yeah.
they'll be on a volunteer basis.
Yes, ma'am. Our plan on that had been to allow Mr. Perry the opportunity to swap, to flex that day.
The
So
28th or the
yeah.
29th.
So
just
the teachers have the option of not working on either that Thursday or Friday, and then come in and work on that. I'm sorry, the Wednesday or Thursday, and then come in and work on that.
Absolutely.
Anyone else?
I don't feel like, have you thought about doing those days on Monday? I feel like that question wasn't answered.
I will respond however y'all need me to respond. I will make adjustments as the board wishes.
What are the drawbacks on having it on Monday? I don't know.
Maybe I may be missing something.
Did you talk with the coaches, because I know a lot of ball games are on Tuesdays and Fridays, and how it might affect the coaches?
We did have conversation with the coaches, Ms. Kriegel, and it is the biggest concern, Coach Tollison's here, and the biggest concern that he shared on those 2 Fridays really is what you're talking about. You're talking about October the 25th and then September 20th. Those 2 Fridays right there, the biggest concern is making sure that he has adequate coaches available to him later in the day, which we can do 100% in terms of the flexibility of those triple D days. It would allow coaches to be able to do their PLC work and their professional learning in the morning, and then making sure that he's got folks there for kids in the afternoon. The other concern that he had was the possibility of some students having transportation issues to be able to make sure that they were up where they needed to be on a Friday for a game. That's one where we'd work with the coaching staff for a shuttle if need be. Anything you would add to that, Coach Tollison? You want to come up?
I mean, and I was gonna say, that was my thing.
Right. Right.
My biggest concern as a band director or coach or whatever, what are my kids doing on Thursday night? I mean, I was 17 once. I know what I was doing when I didn't have school the next day.
Well, to your point, Mr. Schofield, and I could, if the board was open to this, we could make an amendment to the one that we have presented to move September 20th 3D day to September 23rd, and to move the October 25th 3D day to October 28th. Would that be an acceptable change? Okay, because that would impact, that would help you with marching band, with.
I mean, the short answer is yes, but is it the staff? That's who it really affects. I mean, how does it affect you guys with your training and whatnot?
We did a lot of research with a lot of different districts. Some do it on Mondays, some do it on Fridays. Some do a combination of both, probably for the very reasons that we're discussing right now. And so, to be honest with you, if I've got enough time to plan, whether we plan it for Friday you moved it on me, you got a new one up here.
Yep.
Okay.
I put the adjusted one up there with those 2 dates that you mentioned, Dr. Hollingsworth, just
As a
anticipating that
possibility.
might be a concern.
Okay.
I made that adjustment and flipped those dates in September and October to the Monday.
Okay, so you moved it to the 16th instead of the 23rd?
Right.
Is that right? Of September, okay? And then you moved October the 25th to the beginning of that week?
Correct.
I mean, it makes me feel a little bit, but that's not my biggest issue. I'm still trying to figure out how we're gonna keep up with 700 kids for a week for graduation.
Well, yes, sir, and we answered that. We can do it on Saturday, the 24th. I think we fixed that right here.
I mean, if that's an option, I'm perfectly fine.
We can do it. We can do it. We don't, I mean, honestly, with due respect, we don't typically bring the graduation date to y'all for approval. So we can make that change and drive on.
I think that would be very well received by parents and extended family, and giving them an opportunity to get here on Saturday and not being rushed on Friday. That could be a real positive for our families.
I can live with that.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
I think that would be a positive.
Do y'all have any concerns about this adjustment to the calendar? Would that be an agreeable amendment for y'all? Okay. So this is what we're presenting, and this is our recommendation, the one that's before you right now.
Would you do? I mean, it takes a lot to put together a graduation. How are you gonna mandate staff? I mean, you're gonna have to have the support staff to set it up and take it down. And I know there are logistical things with the weekend requiring people to be here.
Yes, sir. I know our staff. I know how Mr. Perry will approach it with his folks. You typically, when you've got a day off that you're asking staff to come in, you ask for volunteers first, and then he goes and begs David and Dustin. They didn't volunteer, but now I'm going to beg them to come because they're my go-to people, and we get them there.
And we still have that ability to flex on the 28th or 29th.
Flex or overtime.
And so if they want to be done on the 28th, they can take that 29th day and use it for that graduation day, because it does take a lot of staff to pull that off.
Yeah.
And I think most people would be pretty agreeable to that.
I think that's a good option.
I can live with that.
Okay. Any other concerns that we can try to address? I thank y'all for your feedback.
I know it sounds like we beat you up on that, but I know it's a ton of work.
No.
And you're not gonna make everybody happy all the time, I get it.
Thank you, Mr. Schofield, I appreciate that. Yes, the committee really worked hard. We were trying to be so responsive to feedback. You know, we wanted to listen to all of it and the common threads through it. And so that's, where this calendar was born from, was that feedback. So I appreciate your feedback, though, as well, in trying to make the best calendar for everyone.
Good work, Ms. Mott.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, Board, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the 2024-2025 Waxahachie ISD academic calendar as presented with those changes.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Timmerman. Second by Mr. Rogers. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, we're on action item C, consideration with possible approval for auxiliary pay scale adjustment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Board, tonight, I'm coming to ask for a mid-year pay scale adjustment effective March 1st for auxiliary pay steps 1 through 3. We did some research with our peer groups and local employers and have come to determine that our pay steps for steps 1, 2, and 3 generally are going to cover our bus monitors, they're going to cover our grounds crew, and they're going to cover our custodians. Is not as competitive as we would like for it to be with the peer group that we evaluated, and we believe a $1 per hour increase, again, starting March 1st for these employees would really help us retain the ones we have and help fill some of the open positions that we currently have in those steps. We believe it would make us more competitive with our local market. So we ask for your approval of that amended pay scale tonight.
What is what are we up against?
Right now, the biggest one, especially pay grade 3 when it comes to grounds crew, is the city of Waxahachie. Because if you really think about these positions, custodians and grounds crew, those are easily movable positions. They can go pretty much anywhere else. And we're coming to see that our starting salary is not as competitive as it was when we evaluated this last summer, that there have been adjustments made to other scales and ours is just falling behind and not as competitive.
Well, I'm happy to see it happen. I just wish we had more, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay. This time I entertain a motion to approve action item C as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Kriegel,
Second.
second by Mr. McCutcheon. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Board.
Item D, consideration with possible approval of Board Policy Update 122 with changes affecting Waxahachie ISD local policies CQB, CSA, DC, EHB, EHBC, EHBCA, FEA, FFAAC, FFB, and FL. Are there any letters I left out of the alphabet? Mr. Alvenstein.
We didn't get all the way through the G series, but the TASB went through the first legislative session with this update, Update 122. And so you have before you 10 proposed changes to local policy. None of these are genuinely controversial. All of these just reflect changes in state law that needed to be reflected into our local policy. For instance, those first couple there relate to some safety and security standards that were included within House Bill 3 and or Senate Bill 271. We are already in compliance with these requirements. Your administration has looked through these. We presented these to you at your January board meeting. And I haven't heard any questions from you. Of course, I can entertain questions from you now. I know you've been here 4 hours and 23 minutes. So in the event there are no questions, I would urge your approval of these changes to your local policy as recommended by TASB within Update 122. And do know that we will be coming back to you later this spring. Our TASB consultant will be here with administration on April 11 and April 12, and will present to the board proposed changes to all of our local policies in May or June, and then we'll come back the following month and urge new changes to local policy. But tonight, we urge approval of Update 122 and the 10 local policies that are effective.
Questions, comments?
Could you show us all 10 of the local policies that are?
Yes. And they are in board book. Specifically pages 310 through page 357 of board book.
Make a motion to approve action item D as presented.
Motion by Mr. Rogers.
Second.
Second by Mr. Starnader. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, sir. Action item E would be consideration with possible action to approve the 2024 WISD rezoning map.
Board, as you're aware, we are opening Jimmy Ray Elementary in the fall, or for the fall 24-25 school year. With that, it was incumbent on us to work through and develop an attendance zone for Jimmy Ray and adjust other zones as necessary. We started this work as a cabinet back in October, and tonight we've gone through feedback. We've gone through 2 town hall meetings where we've asked for and received input from our community. And so tonight we're asking for your approval on these proposed zoning maps. First map I have for you is the elementary zoning map. This is the map that was originally presented at our community forums with one significant change. And that change, based on community feedback, is the Sunrise at Garden Valley neighborhood. It was slated to go to Jimmy Ray Elementary, and based on feedback And we've looked and we have the space available. So it's our recommendation tonight on the amended plan to go in and leave those students to attend Felty Elementary. I have printouts for you of what the estimated enrollment would look like at each campus with these zone maps. I will pass those around here in just a minute. And then wanted to show you what this would do at the secondary level. At junior highs specifically, the proposed plan tonight would create true feeders. And so right now, Simpson feeds all 3 junior highs, just depending on which part of the zone a student may live in. But with these reimagined zones or amended zones, Simpson would feed, all students would feed to Findlay out of Simpson, and so we would have true feeders across the district from our elementary to our junior high level. Board, based on community feedback, we did have a couple of other suggestions that we were not able to accommodate as we went through the maps. Specifically, one of the big requests that we received was looking at the Clift zone that is depicted in the darker blue at the bottom of this map. The request was, could we look at possibly moving the boundary between Dunaway and Clift further east, say maybe even Howard Road, to give students who live just below the lake or all the way down to Forston the ability to attend a school that is closer to them, to where they're not passing Dunaway and Marvin to get over to Clift. When we looked at it, it was approximately 155 students that we were talking about at that point, and that was going to involve a wholesale shifting of all the zones. And because that was not originally presented to the community forums, we felt that was a really significant change, because that would impact all of the elementary attendance zones at that point. So it's definitely one that we can keep on our radar as we look for the opening of Jet Elementary, depending on its locale, exactly how we're going to have to redraw lines, but that's definitely one that we will keep in our memory bank so that we can look at addressing the next time that we do a rezoning. Any questions about the proposed rezoning maps that I can try to address?
The map that showed where a little bit of Ray is gonna be on the other side of Broadhead Road, will you explain what that did to the numbers and why we had to do that?
So right under this little green circle, there is one neighborhood right at the end of Broadhead that's not in Garden Valley that we are looking at zoning to Ray Elementary. When we looked at including that neighborhood in with Felty, what we saw is that over time, in the very quick future, Felty would not only be over capacity, be pushing capacity, and we'd be adding portables to Felty, but it also would leave Ray underserved as we open the campus. So right now, Ray Elementary is looking at approximately 380 students opening the campus, which on an 800-kid campus is already a little bit light. But when you look at their potential growth and growing into the campus, we anticipate by the 28-29 they'll be up over 600 students. And board, as you remember, when we went through this process with Simpson Elementary, we anticipated a soft 250 student opening at that campus, and we quickly hit 320 in year one. So with the information that Mr. Smith gave us earlier, and we've seen the infrastructure work that's going on in Saddlebrook and the neighborhood right next to Saddlebrook, I believe it's Myrtle Creek. When we see the development that's already taking place in those neighborhoods, it gives us a little bit of pause and not wanting to get Jimmy Ray right to capacity at the beginning because we think that may move a little bit faster than we're anticipating at this point. So we are trying to give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room at Jimmy Ray at this point.
Sorry, I'm gonna come down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Big man, let's see, even in the board book, I couldn't make it out. Okay. This area right here, because I drive through here all the time, I pick up and right. There are streets going in right here, and there are houses. So how are you predicting how many of these kids and how many's gonna go in here? And also Shackelford, all these bare places where they're not. There's streets, there's homes. So.
Okay, great question. So in the maps that we have been using for talking about the rezoning and also at our community forums, what you notice is the map does not have all the streets on it. And so the way we start with rezoning is we take a data dive, we go in and we take a census of all the student information that we have in Skyward, and we send it off to Trent. We send it off to the demographer, who then puts a little, it's red dot usually, for the elementary kids. Every elementary kid is a red dot in his software. So he has the GIS software, and so at any point, Trent, as we're working together, can go through and he can highlight a group and tell us exactly how many kids are in that area. And so while the map, because it is zoomed out enough for us to kind of see the entirety of the district, what Trent does on his side and with his software, he does have actual record of where every student lives and what school they're attending based off the information that we provide him off Skyward. So from that, we can develop additional models with the information that Trent provided earlier about the vacant developed lots and the planned future development. We have a really good idea of where that growth is expected to happen. And so as we go in and we work together as a team, redrawing boundaries, Trent will go through and pull an entire plat or a subdivision area and highlight it and change it from one school to another, and we can go in and see the actual forecast report almost immediately right then, because he has every student that's in our district already coded into a software.
I know this is impossible, but I know that some of those homes, there's 2 or 3 families living in there. So if you look at one house and you say, how do you do it? There could be like 3 times that many.
If they're with us in the district, if they're enrolled and attending with us, we have them, their dots overlapping on that same spot. So if there's 6 kids at one address, you'll show up as one dot, but we can drill down and know that there's actually 6 kids there, and generally tell you what grade level they're at, because the dot will change colors. It'll be blue if it's secondary, it'll be red if it's elementary.
This
Yes,
23, 24, and I was looking at the numbers. I was surprised that Simpson had over 700 kids. This doesn't say anywhere on here 700. It says 23, 24, 592.
Yes, ma'am. So with the report that you have in hand is if the map, if the zone map as was presented tonight was in place today, this is what their enrollment would be in 23, 24.
Because look, Debbie, it has 2324 Ray number.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking at this report it helps me have a better understanding of exactly to your point, Mr. Timmerman. I know where they are today. Where would they be with today's, if we had this plan in place already, where would their enrollment be now so that I can predict their growth for next year so that I can go in grade level by grade level and try to get an idea of how many students am I talking per grade level, because that impacts my staffing at every campus.
I guess I worry about Wedgeworth and Simpson because their population is so big comparably to all the other schools.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, Mr. Calden.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this projects that Wyman will still only have 400 students.
That's
or around
exactly
400.
where I was going.
Okay.
So you read my mind. So, Ms. Timmerman, to your point, Simpson and Wedgeworth are really big on here, but we're also carrying Wildman right now at 420-ish students for the entirety of this 10 years. So the new campus will open with a capacity of 800. It is our anticipation, because it is all lottery, that we will fill that campus with lottery students, which will pull additional students out of Simpson, additional students out of Felty, additional students out of Wedgeworth, additional students out of Shackelford. So realistically, when I'm looking at this report, I'm looking at 25, 26. The yellows tell me when we're getting kind of close to that functional capacity. Marvin, I'm 2 students over. I know that I have a lottery component at Marvin, so I can adjust that a little bit through the lottery if I need to. And then Simpson's my next big one. I'm at 668 projected students in that school year. But knowing that my Wildman is 400 students less than its capacity gives me reason to believe that some of those students are not actually going to go to Simpson. They're going to apply in the lottery and they're going to end up going to Wildman.
But with the lottery, we can't predict
That
how
is
many
a-
it's gonna pull.
That is a true point.
And, Mr. Colden, are we
yes,
going
ma'am.
to offer the hubs from all of the different campuses and really promote those to get the students to Wildman?
Yes, ma'am. One of the things that I'll tell you, Ms. Kriegel, that we already talked about tonight was the pre-K fair, the pre-K roundup that's going to take place at at Turner. And that is one of the main areas of focus, is getting the word out to all of our families, including our families of poverty, to make sure they're aware that transportation is not a barrier to go to any of our schools of choice.
Any other questions, comments?
Oh, I do have, on that big map, I forgot to ask you that area that I showed you.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that boundary? Is that a road above that little like square that comes up there and goes down? Here, let me show you. Because it's not labeled. I was trying to figure out what road it was. Right here. What is that a road?
That is. What portion is the boundary line between the two? Is that following the road?
That's likely not following a road, it's likely following the parcel boundary.
Oh, okay.
So, 2 neighborhoods are backing up to each other, served by 2 different neighborhood roads. We would generally put that boundary line on the back fence line as a way, for efficiency purposes, transportation, running routes to where the buses would be efficiently serving. But generally, it's also thought of that our students are more likely to be playing with their immediate neighbors in their neighborhood on their side, in the cul-de-sacs that they can run and play with, as compared to the back neighbor that they would have to go around the street to try to get to. It's not perfect, but we have to draw a line somewhere. And so generally we go off of the neighborhood or the parcel boundary.
Okay.
It could be a road at some point, or it could be a road, so it just depends on what's happening within that parcel. These are likely, I know for a fact, these particular lines were drawn based on the plat of the neighborhood. So we're trying to hold those kids that are within a subdivision together. So that's what's
Okay.
separating those 2 lots.
Okay.
I will say this, I've been through too many rezonings. This is probably the one that I've had the least complaints, the least people. I mean, we haven't had anybody show up to speak at our meeting about it. I mean, I was at one of the town hall meetings and I thought it went very, very well. So, thank you guys for making this as easy as transition as possible.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, I entertain a motion to approve the 2024 WISD rezoning map as presented. Motion by Mr. Schofield. Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. McCutcheon. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Board.
All right, action item F, consideration with possible action to approve the staffing plan for Jimmy Ray Elementary.
Hello, Board. Tonight, we bring you the staffing plan for Jimmy Ray Elementary. This plan allows for internal movement and transfers prior to hiring additional staff. For example, we do anticipate a few positions such as assistant principal and counseling to come from positions that are already, someone's already in the district and serving in these roles. Okay.
Okay, for our teaching staff, zoning numbers will determine the number of teaching staff units required. The plan includes a section of pre-K based on estimated enrollment needs. Our kindergarten through fourth grade teaching staff will be hired at a 1 to 22 student ratio, while fifth grade will be staffed at 1 to 25. We anticipate hiring additional specials teachers and special education staff based on enrollment estimates. And finally, our support teams will be staffed with additional personnel units for child nutrition, custodial, and grounds crew to accommodate our new building. Do you have any questions?
Anyone?
Straightforward.
Thank you.
At this time, I entertain a motion to approve the staffing plan for Jimmy Ray Elementary.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Timmerman, second by Mr. Rogers. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you much, Ms. McCulter. All right, action item G would be consideration for possible action to approve a resolution authorizing the board president and/or superintendent to execute all necessary documents to grant a public roadway right-of-way deed to the city of Waxahachie, allowing the widening of Northgate Drive along the northern boundary of Waxahachie ISD's property where Coleman Junior High School is located.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Why do you always get the long ones?
Just so you have something good to read.
It may have something to do with he writes them.
Bill,
And the fact he's an attorney?
it's billable hours.
So tonight, you've got the opportunity from the city to approve their request for land. Now, there's no money being exchanged in this proposition, but there is a benefit to the district. And at Northgate Drive, just north on the northern boundary where Coleman is situated, we often have traffic back up to our driveway. It's a significant backlog because there's only one lane going west. This widening would give 2 lanes going west, so you'd have a dedicated left turn lane in addition to a lane that can go straight or turn right. We genuinely believe this will be a benefit for the city, a benefit for us, and a benefit for all of our stakeholders, including our employees, that regularly drive this way and try to get in and out of our driveways. So even though we have not sought any money from the city for this project, this was first proposed 3 years ago, and at that time, the board was willing to proceed. The city didn't have funding to ultimately make this plan come to fruition. The city does have funding, plans to start this project at a time that would coincide with school ending. Now, best laid plans depend on weather and some other variables, but their plan is to start this project as school is ending and work as hard as they can to complete the project while school is out for the summer. We urge your approval this evening.
Questions? Okay.
They're planning on starting after Memorial Day, end of May.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item G as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Rogers. Second by Mr. Schofield. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Action item H,
Got
consideration.
a shorter one for you.
Not much. Consideration of possible action to approve a resolution to pay staff during an emergency weather closure on Tuesday, January 16th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I've heard Trustee Schofield right now just say pay them. Do very much appreciate you, board. Very much appreciate y'all. We had a closure on January 16th. We have banked enough minutes into our schedule that we won't need to make up that school day. That is thanks to your good leadership and stewardship, board. And so to keep our 187-day employees and the rest of our employees from having to make up a day on a weekend or a holiday, ultimately we need you to approve a resolution to pay our employees. We believe that this furthers our core value of honoring our staff, and it is good for our stewardship because we won't need to electrify our building on a holiday or a weekend day. So we do urge the board to approve a resolution to pay our staff for the day we were closed on January 16th due to inclement weather.
All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve a resolution to pay staff during an emergency weather closure.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Kriegel, second by Mr. Starnader. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Vote say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. We have action item I, which will be removed tonight for consideration. So that moves us into our comments from individual board members. Any particular order?
I'd like to take this time to thank our counselors as they get ready, and they're working right now with our kids to be sure that our kids are following the right path, getting the right classes, and just really, I know that it's a really, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time on the counselor's part, and a lot of headache, and I really appreciate all they do.
Next.
I'd like to give a shout out to Ms. Hilburn. You do a fantastic job, and I've heard from all over the district how much you're appreciated by the principals and the teachers for all this information that you're giving them. So thank you, and thank your data dude. Okay. And data Debbie. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Debbie.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I often tell my guys at the fire department, anybody can have a good idea, but I need somebody to make it happen. And I don't know who made it happen, the junior ROTC initiative, but I appreciate it. We've been trying to get that done, I mean, in earnest for a long time, and I'm glad to finally see that come to fruition. So whoever, I know you're going to say it was a team effort, but whoever made that happen, I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So motion by Mrs. Timmerman, second by Mr. Schofield. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.